Chapter 166. The purple crystal royal jelly was so precious, and AI Shutao took the risk to get it. Lu Ping was naturally embarrassed to take it for free, so he took out a jade crystal bottle and said, "Brother AI, the purple crystal royal jelly is indeed of great use to me, but I'm embarrassed to take it for free. This bottle of face-retaining pill is refined by me. After taking it, it can keep your appearance unchanged for 300 years. If Brother AI has a Dao companion in the future, you can give it to your future sister-in-law." AI Shutao wanted to refuse, but when he heard it was face-retaining pill, he immediately changed his mind. He took the jade crystal bottle from Lu Ping's hand with a look of novelty and joy. Looking at the pills inside, he didn't care what Lu Ping was saying. Lu Ping shook his head in boredom. He didn't expect a male cultivator like AI Shutao to be so interested in face-retaining pill. After a long time, AI Shutao calmed down from the joy of getting the face-retaining pill. Lu Ping joked, "It seems that Brother AI already has a Dao companion. You actually value the face-retaining pill so much." AI Shutao's face reddened as he said, "Big Brother Lu, this is the third time you've saved my life. I originally wanted to give the amethyst royal jelly to you, but I didn't expect you to exchange it for the face-retaining pill. This makes me reluctant to part with it, but I also found some good things in the amethyst bee's nest. I want to give them to you as a thank you gift." Lu Ping was about to refuse, but he saw AI Shutao take out a jade box and said, "Brother Lu, don't refuse. Compared with Brother's life-saving grace, these are really nothing. If Brother doesn't want it, it means you look down on me." Lu Ping was helpless and could only watch AI Shutao open the jade box. Lu Ping looked at the things in the box and said in surprise, "Are these the eggs of the purple crystal bee?" AI Shutao smiled proudly and said, "Yes. I took advantage of the fact that the Haiyan sect cultivators lured the bees away to get the royal jelly and hundreds of purple crystal bee eggs from the top of the hive. Most purple crystal bees were at the early stage of the blood refining realm. Only the queen bee and the drones could advance to the blood condensation realm. However, purple crystal bees usually had a large colony. Once they were ambushed, they would turn out in full force. If the enemy was strong, the swarm of bees would self-destruct. Even a core forging enlightened master would have to avoid the explosion of hundreds or thousands of bees. Therefore, very few cultivators would provoke the purple crystal bees. But if it was the purple crystal bees' eggs, Lu Ping could use them to cultivate. Once they grew into a swarm and gave birth to a queen, not only could they be used to brew purple crystal honey and royal jelly, but they would also be greatly beneficial to Lu Ping's spirit herb garden. Other than that, the purple crystal bees also had another important function. AI Shutao wanted to give away all the eggs, but Lu Ping insisted on only half. He also told AI Shutao to incubate them well. If they were cultivated into Dao soldiers in the future, it would be of great help. But looking at AI Shutao's absent-minded look, he probably didn't have much patience for cultivating Dao soldiers. Just at this moment, a jade pendant on AI Shutao's waist suddenly flashed with light from time to time. AI Shutao looked around in panic and said, "Oh no, my brother is looking for me. Let's go quickly." Lu Ping asked curiously, "Why are you running when your brother is looking for you? This 7-star sky is full of danger. Isn't it better to stay by your brother's side?" Just as AI Shutao was about to say something, a voice rang out. "Well said, Brother Lu Qi. Third brother, if something were to happen to you in the 7-star skies, the elders in the family would eat me alive." When Lu Ping turned around, he saw AI Buitao walking over with a gloomy expression with a few people. Among them were cultivators Lu Ping was familiar with, Chang and Huang. AI Buitao obviously recognized Lu Ping. He laughed and said, "Brother Lu, I didn't expect to meet you here today after fighting with the primordial giant crocodile." Lu Ping said seriously, "I don't dare to lie to Brother AI. I am Lu Ping, a disciple of Zhenling Lu Xianling. Back then I was in the Demon Sea region, so I didn't dare to tell you my real name. I hope Brother AI, Brother Cheng, and Brother Huang can forgive me." Lu Ping apologized to AI Buitao, Cheng and Huang. At this time AI Shutao also briefly told AI Buitao about the two of them. AI Buitao waved his hand and said, "It's not Brother Lu's fault. The Demon Sea region is full of danger. Brother Lu is alone outside, so it's normal for him to be cautious. However, I didn't expect that the Jinling Lu Ping who saved his life twice on Failing Island was you. Lu Ping replied humbly, "It's nothing much, not worth mentioning." After Ai Buotao finished his greetings, he said seriously, "Brother Lu, what are your plans next? Are you going to meet up with your disciples or continue to explore alone?" Lu Ping heard between the lines and asked, "Brother Ai, do you have any news about me, Jinling?" Ai Buotao said, "This time your sect is led by Qi Zicai, one of the North Sea 18 generals. Currently, there are more than 20 people in your sect. They have already clashed with Xianling's sect, demon race, and several other forces. Although there are victories and losses, it is said that your sect has obtained several top-grade spiritual materials, rare thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, and 2 Dharma treasures." Speaking of Dharma treasures, Ai Buotao was also envious. When Lu Ping heard that his sect didn't suffer any losses, he asked, "Brother Ai, do you know where my people are now?" Ai Buotao shook his head and said, "All forces will not stay in one place for too long. Otherwise, they may be besieged by other forces. So, I don't know where your sect is now." Seeing that Lu Ping was a little disappointed, Ai Buotao said, "Little brother, you don't need to worry about your sect. Your sect is strong. That Qi Zicai killed the leader of a demon race head-on and obtained a Dharma treasure. Your sect also has 2 7th-layer blood condensation cultivators. One of them controls 2 late blood condensation puppets, and the other wields 2 top-grade short swords. Their movements are like phantoms, and the 2 of them work together to force Miao Weidong, one of Xianling sect's 18 generals of the North Sea, to retreat and snatch the second magic treasure from him. Right now, the names of these 2 cultivators have spread throughout the 7-star skies. I'm sure that after the 7-star skies closes, these 2 cultivators will be famous throughout the North Sea." When Lu Ping heard Ai Buotao's description, he knew that he was talking about Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu. He didn't expect them to have already met up with his sect's cultivators. When Ai Shu Tao heard his big brother praising Jinling's other cultivators, he snorted and said, "What's so great about them? Big brother Lu and I just joined forces and injured Hai Yen sect's Peng Chongqing." When Ai Buotao and the others heard this, they looked at the 2 of them in surprise. Ai Buotao knew that although his third brother was a genius in cultivation, he didn't have much experience in fighting. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Peng Chongqing, who had been in the 9th-layer blood condensation realm for many years. Therefore, it was obvious that Peng Chongqing was injured and escaped because of this Jinling's disciple. Lu Ping felt a little awkward under the strange gaze of the West Hill Island cultivator. Ai Buotao laughed and said, "Brother Lu is really amazing. I wonder what Brother Lu plans to do next. If you don't mind, you can stay with me for the time being. We can take care of each other, and the other forces won't dare to provoke us." Lu Ping thought for a moment and declined, "No, I'd better return to my sect as soon as possible." From what Brother Ai said, it's obvious that our sect is in a fierce competition with Xianling sect and the monster race. I have to do my best. Besides, I still need to go to the Golden Fallen Canyon to collect some rare spiritual herbs. Ai Buotao's eyes lit up and said, "Brother Lu is also an alchemist? Could it be that the Ajurasia pill in third brother's hand was refined by Brother Lu?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "I'm not talented, but I just got the qualification to be our sect's alchemist." Ai Buotao was surprised and said, "I've long heard that your sect has a new alchemist who can refine the Chiman Ajurasia pill. I didn't expect it to be Brother Lu. Not only is Brother Lu's cultivation level high, but you also have a good alchemy skill. It's really admirable." However, Ai Buotao's tone changed, and he said in a serious tone, "The Golden Fallen Canyon that Brother Lu is going to is a famous dangerous place in the 7-star sky. Although there are many rare spiritual herbs, there are fierce beasts and poisonous creatures that even a core forging stage perfected master is quite afraid of." As soon as Ai Buotao's voice fell, Ai Shu Tao on the side muttered in a rather unhappy voice, "What's so great about it? Isn't the Amethyst Flower Sea also a dangerous place? Didn't you let me get the Amethyst Royal Jelly?" Ai Buotao glanced at Ai Shu Tao and said in a deep voice, "The Golden Fallen Canyon has even devoured several core forging stage perfected masters who sealed their cultivation. Compared with the Golden Fallen Canyon, the Amethyst Flower Sea is really not a dangerous place." Ai Buotao saw that Lu Ping had made up his mind, so he could only say, Only the Golden Orange Island is in the Golden Fallen Canyon. The Liao family goes there every time the seven-star sky opens, but they only dare to move in the periphery. The rest are some adventurous alchemists and individual cultivators. However, I heard that this time He Lisan of the Shuiyan Pavilion is against the Liao family for some reason. Now she is gathering a group of Shuiyan Pavilion cultivators to go to the Golden Fallen Canyon to find trouble with the Liao family. Brother Lu should be careful when going to the Golden Fallen Canyon. Lu Ping went all the way to the northwest. With AI Buitao's guidance, Lu Ping knew that the Golden Fallen Canyon was located in the northwest of the Grotto Heaven when the seven-star sky opened, but AI Buitao didn't know the specific location. Looking from a distance, the Golden Valley looked like the ground of the seven-star sky had suddenly sunk in, forming a huge scar. However, this scar appeared to be golden from a distance, and did not have the miasma of poisonous beasts and ferocious beasts running amok. The seven-star sky had already opened for more than a month. When Lu Ping arrived at the canyon, not only was the spirit-seeking mouse Debao leading the way, the three green sea snakes had also awakened, and their cultivation had reached the fourth layer of the blood condensation realm. A beautiful big bird was hovering above Lu Ping's head. It was the blue phoenix Lu Qin, who had reached the late blood condensation realm. Lu Dagui's walking speed was slow, so Lu Ping didn't let him out. Moreover, Lu Dagui didn't like to travel long distances. Compared to Lu Ping's other spiritual pets, Lu Dagui liked to stay in the spirit beast bag and sleep the most. Chapter 167. The Golden Luo Valley was huge and there were many entrances. Lu Ping summoned Qing Luan down from the sky. The bird flapped its wings a few times and in the blink of an eye, it had shrunk from its original size of 5 feet to a petite bird about a foot long. It landed on Lu Ping's shoulder. This was the ability Lu Qin gained after advancing to the late blood condensation realm. She could shrink her body size at will. The three green sea snakes already had this ability when they first entered the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping also planned to concoct some form transformation pills and bone-dissolving pills. When demonic beasts advanced to the late blood condensation realm, they could use the form transformation pills to gain the half-step transformation ability. It would help the demonic beasts improve their cultivation. However, Lu Qin was unwilling to use the form transformation pills. The reason was that the half-step transformation was too ugly. She would rather slow down her cultivation speed and complete the transformation when she reached the core forging realm. This reason made Lu Ping dumbfounded. After Lu Ping helped her kill the red mantis bird, Lu Qin had completely submitted to Lu Ping. This was the only thing she was stubborn about. Fortunately, Lu Ping didn't have the pill recipe for the form transformation pills, so he could only let her be. As for the bone-dissolving pellets recipe, Lu Ping bought it from the alchemy pavilion. After consuming the bone-dissolving pellet, the monster would be able to refine the transverse bone in its throat, granting it the ability to speak. Both of these medicinal pellets were unique medicinal pellets between the blood condensation and core forging realm. After Debao entered the Golden Luan Canyon, the dangerous aura around him made him tremble. Fortunately, the three green sea snakes were at the front, so the danger wouldn't find him immediately. After Lu Ping stepped into the Golden Luan Canyon, his divine sense expanded to more than 100 feet. Soon he found many hidden dangerous auras around him. There were animals and plants. These creatures were shrouded in poisonous fog of various colors, ready to kill at any time. This was also the reason why Lu Ping waited for the three green sea snakes to wake up before entering the Golden Luan Canyon. Green sea snakes were highly poisonous creatures, so they were immune to most poisons. The Golden Luan Canyon was a dangerous place in the eyes of other human and demonic cultivators, but it was a paradise in the eyes of the green sea snakes. As the green sea snakes moved forward, the surrounding poisonous creatures were afraid of the pressure of the green sea snake's high-grade bloodline, but they were even more afraid of the poisonous aura emitted by the three spiritual snakes. After communicating with the three spiritual snakes, Lu Ping learned that Lu Bai was good at invisible poison, also known as wind poison, which could make the enemy inadvertently fall for it. Lu Hai was good at corrosive poison. When its venom stuck to the enemy's body, even a middle-grade magic weapon would rot, not to mention the physical body. Lu Ling was good at cold poison, which could wear down the enemy's magic power and Zhun Yuan and damage their foundation. With the green sea snakes leading the way, Lu Ping made smooth progress in the periphery of the canyon. Even if there were some poisonous creatures and fierce beasts that jumped out to attack, they were all killed by the spiritual snakes. Along the way, Lu Ping also met a few cultivators who were collecting herbs on the periphery. However, because they were in a dangerous place, they restrained themselves and often avoided each other after glancing at each other. On the side, Debeo was using his talent as a spirit-seeking mouse. Together with Lu Ping's vast divine sense, they managed to find quite a few 500-year-old spirit herbs. There were even some 1,000-year-old spirit herbs that were extremely rare in the outside world. This surprised Lu Ping. On this day, Lu Ping found himself at the border between the periphery and the inside of the Golden Valley according to the mark of the golden nut fruit tree. The inside of the Golden Valley was shrouded in a faint golden mist, which was also the origin of the name of the Golden Valley. It was said that this thin layer of mist was formed by the poisonous gas emitted by various high-level poisonous creatures in the Golden Valley. The deeper one went, the thicker the golden mist, the more poisonous it was, and the more tyrannical the strength of the ferocious creatures hidden in it. The blue phoenix standing on Lu Ping's shoulder looked back and chirped a few times in Lu Ping's ear. Its voice was quite pleasant to the ear. Lu Ping glanced back and said, "A few scoundrels have been following us for 2 days. There's nothing to worry about." After saying that, he put the blue phoenix back into the spirit beast's bag and took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. He threw a poison avoidance pill to Debeo and ate one himself. Then, he put Debeo on his shoulder and released his protective aura. Then he followed behind the spirit snake and walked into the golden mist. Not long after Lu Ping entered the Golden Valley, 6 figures carefully walked over from the periphery to the place where Lu Ping was standing. A cultivator in black said, "This guy is really reckless. He actually dared to enter the Golden Valley. Even those core forging enlightened masters with their cultivation sealed don't dare to enter casually. This person is only at the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm, obviously not an enlightened master with his cultivation sealed." The taller cultivator on the other side was also in black. He said, "This person must have something to rely on if he dares to enter the Golden Valley. I think the 3 demonic snakes are quite extraordinary. Maybe he really can find some treasures inside." The others looked at the leading cultivator. The leading cultivator pondered for a while and said, "Our task is to monitor the battle between the Shui Yan Pavilion and the Liao family and cooperate with our brothers to ambush the cultivators of the 2 families." However, this person was able to pass through the periphery of the Golden Valley so quickly and directly enter the Golden Valley. Obviously, he is after the treasures inside and has a way to avoid the golden poison fog. We can't miss this opportunity. Seeing that his words were approved by everyone, the leading cultivator ordered, "Junior Marshal Brother Qi, stay here with Junior Marshal Brother Yang and Junior Marshal Brother Wang. If that person survives the golden poison fog, be sure to kill him and take his treasures." Of the 3 junior Marshal brothers, one is an 8th layer blood condensation realm cultivator, and 2 7th layer blood condensation realm cultivators. Dealing with a 7th layer blood condensation realm cultivator like minor repairs shouldn't be a problem. The tall cultivator who spoke earlier nodded and stayed with the 2 black-clothed cultivators. The leading cultivator brought the remaining 2 cultivators and sped towards the periphery. After Lu Ping entered the golden fog, he discovered that the golden poisonous fog was slowly corroding Lu Ping's protective astral energy. However, Lu Ping didn't care. As Lu Ping went deeper, the golden fog became thicker and thicker, and the corrosion on his protective astral energy was also slowly increasing. Although it was not worth mentioning to Lu Ping's strong magic power, Lu Ping still dissolved 2 poison avoidance pills into liquid and infused them with his protective astral energy. Only then did the corrosion of the poisonous fog lessen. Compared to Lu Ping's caution, the 3 snakes were like fish in water after entering the poisonous fog. Chapter 168. When the 3 spirit snakes were wrapped by the golden poison, Lu Ping found that the spirits of the 3 spirit snakes were shaken. The golden mist formed a small vortex around the 3 spirit snakes. An invisible airflow, a blue profound qi, and a white cold mist respectively swallowed and spat out from the mouths of the 3 spirit snakes, absorbing the poison contained in the golden mist. Lu Ping knew that in order to strengthen the innate ability of monster cultivators, they must absorb the same kind of things that were more powerful than their own innate ability. The Cyan Luan didn't care about the life source fire of the red mantis bird. For the same reason, the 3 spirit snakes swallowed and spat out the golden mist, indicating that the mist contained a poison that was more powerful than the life source venom of the spirit snakes. This made Lu Ping vigilant. The venom of the green sea snake was already one of the most violent poisons in the world. What kind of poison was more violent than the green sea snake? After entering the Golden Valley, under the guidance of Debeo, a 1,000-year-old spirit grass was quickly captured by Lu Ping's divine sense. At the same time, there was a violent aura guarding in front of the spirit grass. Lu Ping didn't hesitate to command the spirit snakes to move forward. With a roar, a monster beast that looked like a cow and a deer rushed towards Lu Ping with heavy steps. Every time the monster beast touched the ground, it would produce a strange force, making Lu Ping feel unsteady. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body seemed to begin to fluctuate uncontrollably. The 3 spirit snakes didn't panic. They twisted their tails together and instantly stabilized their swaying bodies. When the monster beast rushed over, the spirit snakes suddenly dodged to the sides. At the same time, they swept their tails horizontally. The rushing monster beast was tripped by the feet of the spirit snakes. Its huge body suddenly fell forward and rolled all the way, smashing the ground and causing another tremor. The monster beast woke up from the dizziness and quickly stood up. Its body had been hit by the 3 spirit snakes with their tails, leaving a dozen bloody wounds. The monster beast became angry and roared. It opened its mouth and sprayed a gray poisonous gas at the spirit snakes. Unexpectedly, the 3 spirit snakes didn't care about the poisonous gas. They directly passed through the gas and bit the monster beast's face, neck and thigh. The monster beast suddenly lost its balance and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching. Debeo, who was standing on Lu Ping's shoulder, saw the monster beast die. He shivered as he looked at the 3 spirit snakes. When he played with Samling, Samling would often wrap his body around Debeo. If Samling randomly bit Debeo, Debeo would immediately lose his balance and fall off Lu Ping's shoulder. Lu Ping didn't care about Debeo's fear. He looked at the monster beast in front of him that was around the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping was very satisfied with Samling's performance. However, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to obtain any spiritual materials from this monster beast. In just a few moments, the monster beast's bones had already started to soften. The surface of its body had started to rot, and a thin layer of ice had formed on the other side. This was the result of Samling's 3 poisons. Lu Ping walked up to the spirit herb and discovered that it was a fallen spirit herb. It was the main ingredient used to concoct the fallen spirit pellet, a core forging realm medicinal pellet. This medicinal pellet could purify the cultivator's true yuan and strengthen their foundation. It was also beneficial to the cultivator's ability to fuse with natural spirit items. It was a rare medicinal pellet for the core forging realm. Lu Ping carefully plucked the meteorite spirit herb and placed it in a separate jade box. A 1,000-year-old spirit grass that could grow in the golden poison mist either had a strong resistance to poison, or it was a highly toxic spirit grass. Regardless of which type it was a rare and precious spirit grass that was far more valuable than ordinary 1,000-year-old spirit grass. It was the main ingredient for refining some core forging realm special pills and top-grade cultivation pills. During the time that Lu Ping entered the Golden Valley, with the help of Samling and Debeo, Lu Ping had already collected more than 20 types of rare 1,000-year-old spirit grass. In addition, there were hundreds of 500-year-old spirit grass. At the same time, Lu Ping also collected the seeds of each matured spirit grass. He was going to try to grow them when he returned. However, the growth of these spirit grass was closely related to the poisonous environment of the Golden Valley. Unless Lu Ping could create a similar environment, it would be difficult for Lu Ping to fulfill his wish. However, Lu Ping had encountered danger many times. As Lu Ping ventured deeper into the Golden Valley, the poisonous beasts he encountered became stronger and stronger. Samling's strength was only equivalent to an ordinary 7th-layer blood condensation realm beast. Moreover, the toxicity of poisonous beasts was proportional to their cultivation. Although Samling's venom was of high quality, it was not as toxic as a late-stage blood condensation realm poisonous beast. Therefore, Samling could no longer deal with the poisonous beast's attacks. Lu Ping also began to attack more frequently. However, after discovering a 2,000-year-old night patrol grass, they were chased by a group of poisonous cloud ants. Fortunately, Lu Ping was prepared in advance. He asked Debao to sneak underground. While the poisonous cloud ants were chasing after Lu Ping's group, Debao lured them away and plucked the precious night patrol grass. Without the protection of Lu Ping's earth energy, even if Debao ate a poison avoidance pill, he was still poisoned when he met up with Lu Ping. Fortunately, the toxicity was not strong. Lu Ling mischievously bit Debao's ear and pulled out the poison. However, this scared Debao half to death. Lu Ping gradually found that as he went deeper and deeper into the inner layer of the Golden Canyon, the golden mist around him became thicker and thicker, and the corrosion of his earth energy became more and more serious. His divine sense seemed to be hindered, and he could only explore within a radius of 100 feet. If he tried to explore outside, his divine sense would feel a burning pain, as if it was burning. In order to be safe, Lu Ping always held a middle-grade spirit stone in his hand and maintained a state of cultivation, so as not to consume too much spiritual power. His divine sense also always paid attention to the surrounding 100 feet, and no longer explored outside. Along the way, Lu Ping encountered the remains of several cultivators who had fallen in the Golden Canyon. However, most of the storage bags carried by the cultivators had been corroded by the golden poisonous mist for a long time. The items inside were also the same, which made Lu Ping feel quite regretful. On this day, Lu Ping encountered the remains of another cultivator. At first, Lu Ping didn't take it seriously, but when he got closer, he found that the remains had traces of being turned over, and fresh soil was exposed underneath. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. This was the first time Lu Ping had encountered a cultivator exploring the inner layer of the Golden Canyon. The mist was getting thicker and thicker. Even if the cultivator had excellent eyesight, he couldn't see far and could only use his divine sense to look around. A vigilant figure suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's divine sense. Lu Ping took a few steps forward and asked in surprise, "Is that Brother Liao Hu in front?" When the vigilant cultivator in front heard Lu Ping's question, his cautious aura suddenly relaxed and immediately became chaotic. Lu Ping walked over and saw Liao Hu sitting cross-legged on the ground. He took out a pill from a jade bottle and couldn't wait to swallow it. At the same time, his whole body's spiritual power surged, and his face alternated between green, black, and gold. Lu Ping's expression changed. He quickly walked forward and slapped Liao Hu's back. A stream of spiritual power flowed into Liao Hu's body like a clear stream, and together with Liao Hu's own spiritual power, it cleansed the poison that had invaded his body. Liao Hu spat out a mouthful of golden blood and "Thanks to Brother Lu, otherwise, even if I don't die, I would have lost a layer of skin." Lu Ping said with a dignified expression, "Brother Liao's family should often go in and out of the inner layer of the Golden Valley. How did you get poisoned by the golden mist?" Liao Hu's eyes were a little evasive as he said, "Of course I wanted to collect more spirit herbs. The deeper I went, the more rare spirit herbs there would be. Maybe I could even pick the 3,000-year-old spirit herb that Fa Xiang Laozu used for alchemy." Unexpectedly, the golden mist suddenly became stronger, and the antidote pill prepared by the family was no longer effective. My protective gang qi was also rapidly corroded, and I didn't have time to replenish my spiritual power. If I hadn't escaped quickly, my life would have been over. Lu Ping knew that he must be hiding something, so he didn't probe further and asked, "Is the poisonous mist really that powerful?" Liao Hu nodded and said, "If you go further in, the ground will completely turn golden. The golden poisonous mist is so thick that it seems to have turned into liquid. Walking in it will feel sticky. That should be the core area of the Golden Valley." Lu Ping thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Liao, what plans do you have in the future?" Liao Hu looked back with lingering fear and hurriedly advised, "I know Brother Lu plans to go in, but I advise Brother Lu not to go in. It is too dangerous inside. Even if Brother Lu's spiritual power far surpasses other cultivators in the same realm, it won't be enough to support your protective gang qi for too long. Although little brother didn't die this time, the poison entered your body and damaged your vitality. You can't stay in the inner layer of the Golden Valley any longer. You have to get out of the range of the golden mist as soon as possible." Lu Ping felt that Liao Hu's advice was a little too hasty, as if he was afraid that he would enter the core area. So Lu Ping nodded and said, Since Brother Liao said that, little brother doesn't dare to go in. Brother Liao is only at the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm and can't withstand it, let alone little brother. However, it wasn't easy for little brother to come here, so I want to look around the inner layer while I still have some spiritual power left. I want to see if I can find more spiritual herbs. When Liao Hu heard that Lu Ping had given up on exploring the core area, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "In that case, little brother will leave first." Lu Ping said, "Brother Liao, be careful on your way back. It's best if you find another exit. I heard that Shui Yen Pavilion's He Li Sin is also in the Golden Valley, and is preparing to deal with the Liao family cultivators." After bidding farewell to Liao Hu, Lu Ping looked at the core area of the Golden Valley with a playful expression and muttered, "Core area, huh? I really have to go in for the golden nut fruit tree." When he reached the edge of the core area, it was just as Liao Hu had said. The black soil and the golden soil formed a clear dividing line. When Samling reached the dividing line, he seemed to sense danger and refused to enter the golden area no matter what. However, the fervent look in Samling's eyes told Lu Ping that it wasn't that they didn't want to go in, but that they were too weak and didn't have the qualifications to enter. After Lu Ping took another antidote pill, he dissolved 3 pills into liquid and sprinkled them into the water curtain skyflower. Then he stepped into the golden area with 1 foot. A sizzling sound could be heard, and the protective aura around Lu Ping's body began to corrode at a speed far faster than before. Green smoke rose from the water curtain skyflower, and the spiritual power in Lu Ping's body began to evaporate like a pot of boiling water. Chapter 169. Lu Ping quickly retreated from the golden zone. Judging from the current situation, it was just as Liao Hu said. Lu Ping could only stay in the golden zone for an hour at most, and this didn't include the possibility of being attacked by the poisonous beasts. Lu Ping rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. He put Samling into the range of his earth energy, then let Samling inject his own demon spiritual energy into the water curtain heaven flower. Samling was very familiar with Lu Ping's Fa Li, so it was easy for Lu Ping and Samling's Fa Li to fuse into the earth energy. Lu Ping stepped into the golden area again, and found that the golden mist was still corroding Lu Ping's earth energy. But at the same time, the mist that came into contact with the earth energy was also weakened. At this time, 3 demon spiritual energies appeared in Lu Ping's earth energy, and wrapped the weakened mist into Samling's mouth, which was then absorbed by Samling. In this way, Lu Ping's Fa Li consumption was greatly reduced. Lu Ping felt that he could last for 8 hours in the golden area. Lu Ping confidently entered the golden area. Just as he advanced a few dozen feet, he saw a skeleton lying on the ground. The skeleton had been turned over by someone. It seemed that Liao Hu had gotten here before him. The skeletons found in the inner layer had already been corroded by the poisonous mist. But this skeleton had been corroded by far more poisonous mist than the inner layer, yet it was still intact. Obviously, this was the skeleton of a core forging master. It seemed that Liao Hu had obtained some kind of treasure. Lu Ping continued forward and collected 24 rare 1,000-year spirit herbs in a row. This made Lu Ping very excited, but at the same time, he wondered why he didn't encounter any poisonous beasts guarding the spirit herbs. Lu Ping secretly became vigilant. He held the talisman that his teacher, Lu Xianling, gave him tightly in his hand. Lu Ping followed the directions on the map in the jade slip, and found the golden nut fruit tree on the other side of the golden area. No wonder someone could find this fruit tree. It turned out that it was on the other side of the core area. Presumably, the person who found it couldn't enter the core area. Strictly speaking, the golden nut was not a spiritual herb that could increase one's cultivation. The biggest use of the golden nut was to increase the strength of one's bones. A cultivator's magic power was carried by their bloodline, but the bloodline was carried by the cultivator's fleshly body. When a cultivator absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would also cleanse the cultivator's fleshly body, making it stronger and able to carry even more magic power. It could be said that a tyrannical body was an important aspect for a cultivator to consolidate their foundation. It played an important role in helping a cultivator to break through realms and progress further on the path of cultivation. Legend had it that Lao Tzu, who was in the Dharma phase, placed great importance on the strengthening of his physical body. As for the exact reason, Lu Ping did not know. In order to strengthen the fleshly body, cultivators in the world of cultivation came up with all kinds of training methods. However, most of the methods could not compare to the natural cleansing and strengthening of the body after the spiritual energy entered the body. Cultivators could only work on elixirs, but there were very few elixirs that could strengthen the fleshly body. However, the golden nut was one of the few spiritual fruits that could strengthen the fleshly body. If it was combined with dozens of 500-year-old spiritual herbs and 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs to refine the golden nut pill, the effect would be even stronger. The golden nut fruit tree was only 3 feet tall. There were 36 golden nuts on it. This kind of fruit usually matured once every 100 years. However, the golden nut tree would only start bearing fruit when it reached 3,000 years of age. Lu Ping plucked 20 of the matured golden nuts. Then he used the Qinghan sword to cut open the ground within a radius of 10 meters from the root of the tree. He then opened the 1,000-bell millet magic tool and transplanted the entire golden nut tree into the magic tool. Fortunately, the golden nut tree was only resistant to poison and did not need such a toxic environment. Otherwise, Lu Ping would really have a headache. After taking care of the golden nut tree, Lu Ping let out a long sigh. His main mission in the Golden Fallen Canyon was completed. What was left was to take advantage of the time when his protective aura could still last and harvest as many spiritual herbs as possible in the core area. Lu Ping's excitement only slowly calmed down when he saw a skeleton lying in front of a spiritual herb. From the posture of the skeleton, this person should have been harvesting the spiritual herb in front of him when he was alive. Lu Ping had never seen this spiritual herb before, but from the aura it emitted, this spiritual herb should be more than 3,000 years old. A spiritual herb that was 3,000 years old was used to refine the elixir that Lao Tzu of the Dharma phase used to cultivate. There were a total of 8 spiritual herbs like this behind this one. Lu Ping forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. This skeleton was obviously the body of a core forging enlightened master. The skeletons that Lu Ping had encountered before were mostly in a running and fighting posture. Only this skeleton died suddenly without any resistance. What caused this enlightened master to suddenly die while harvesting spiritual herbs? Lu Ping carefully turned the skeleton over with the Qinghan sword and found a silver storage bracelet on the left wrist of the skeleton. Lu Ping's face lit up with joy. He used his magic power to draw the bracelet over. When he held it in his hand, he saw a big Liao character carved on it. It was exactly the same as the Liao character on the jade token that Liao Hu gave to Lu Ping. Lu Ping remembered Liao Hu's expression. Could it be that Liao Hu went deep into the core area to find this skeleton? Lu Ping used his divine sense to explore the storage bracelet, but found that the bracelet was sealed with divine sense. Although the owner of the bracelet was dead, it would still take Lu Ping a lot of time to erase the seal formed by the divine sense. After all, divine sense and divine sense were not on the same level. The former was a talent that only enlightened masters had. Lu Ping looked at the 9 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs in front of him, but he did not dare to pick them. Lu Ping thought for a long time. Suddenly, he patted his head and took out a puppet monkey from his storage ring. This was the gift that 7th senior sister Fan Zihua had given him in Chonghua Mansion. Lu Ping pressed a middle-grade spirit stone on the forehead of the monkey. At the same time, he connected a trace of divine sense with the monkey. The monkey suddenly moved in a crooked manner. Lu Ping manipulated the monkey to familiarize himself with it. Then, he slowly commanded the monkey to move towards the unknown spiritual herbs. When the monkey arrived in front of the spiritual herbs, it began to dig the soil at the roots of the spiritual herbs under Lu Ping's command. Suddenly, a black fog rose from behind a rock behind the 9 spiritual herbs. It silently floated around the monkey's body. A small poochie sound was heard. Countless small holes appeared on the monkey's body. A burst of black smoke quickly rose from the monkey's body. In a short moment, the monkey puppet was corroded, leaving only a wreckage. Lu Ping looked at the black fog that returned to behind the rock. There was a pondering expression on his face. After a while, he seemed to think of something and exclaimed in a low voice, "Blood-melting mosquitoes. Blood-melting mosquitoes. Is there a 10,000 poison liquid behind the rock?" The expression on Lu Ping's face was complicated. It was difficult to distinguish between fear and surprise. Chapter 170. Lu Ping looked at the black mist behind the rock, and finally remembered that it was a strange species called the blood-melting mosquito. The reason why this species could survive was because of the myriad poison serum. The blood-melting mosquito could only move within 100 feet of the myriad poison serum, otherwise, it would be difficult for it to survive. The blood-melting mosquito had a special ability. It could not be detected by a cultivator's divine sense. Living in the myriad poison serum all year round, the blood-melting mosquito carried a strong poison on its body. When the divine sense wrapped around them, the poison would silently melt the divine sense. This species could fly without making a sound. Most cultivators' earth energy could not stop the penetration of the blood-melting mosquito. Even core forging enlightened masters could not. This should be the reason why this cultivator died here when he was picking the spirit grass. Since he knew it was the blood-melting mosquito, it was easy to deal with. The blood-melting mosquito looked terrifying and could silently kill an enlightened master, but if it was exposed, it would not necessarily be that powerful. Lu Ping held a jade talisman in his hand and threw a mid-grade spirit stone in the direction of the spirit grass. The spirit stone fell on the stem of the spirit grass, causing it to shake. A black mist suddenly rose from behind the rock and swept towards the direction of the spirit stone. When the black mist flew above the spirit grass, the jade talisman in Lu Ping's hand suddenly rushed out 7 water waves. The water waves gradually rose higher and higher, forming 7 water vortexes. The vortexes spun faster and faster until they turned into 7 rotating water columns that were dozens of feet high and surged towards the black mist. This was a talisman treasure created by Lu Xianling when he was at the 7th layer of the core forging realm, Water Tornado. The huge amount of black mist seemed to be inexplicably attracted by the water tornado, like moths flying into a flame. The light blue water tornado was gradually covered with a layer of black. The effect of the water tornado lasted for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, and the entire black mist was sifted into black powder, densely covering the golden ground. The remaining mosquitoes that escaped the net rushed towards Lu Ping, but a red flame appeared in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping's hands changed a seal and the flame suddenly exploded, turning into a wave of fire that slowly burned the remaining mosquitoes to ashes. Lu Ping looked at the crimson nirvana fire in his hand. Its power was far inferior to the indigo spirit fire. Even a small swarm of blood-dissolving mosquitoes had taken such a long time to burn. If it was the indigo spirit fire, the mosquitoes would have been incinerated into nothingness in an instant. Lu Ping didn't know why the mosquitoes were guarding the spirit grass, but out of caution, Lu Ping took out a mid-grade spirit stone and threw it at the spirit grass. Seeing that there were no mosquitoes flying out, Lu Ping boldly plucked the 9 unknown spirit grass that were at least 3,000 years old. It had been 6 hours since Lu Ping entered the core area of the Golden Valley. There was still an hour left. Lu Ping saw that the samling was already struggling to breathe, but the myriad poison liquid behind the rocks still attracted Lu Ping's attention. Lu Ping carefully walked around the rocks in front of him. A strange fragrance entered Lu Ping's nose. Lu Ping nervously felt for a moment, and after confirming that there was no poison, he breathed in with relief. He took a few more steps forward, and a golden pool with a circumference of 30 feet appeared in front of him. Lu Ping took a deep breath. There was actually such a large pool of myriad poison liquid, and Lu Ping had never heard of this kind of golden myriad poison liquid. Clouds of golden mist slowly rose from the golden liquid of the myriad poison liquid and spread into the air. Lu Ping suddenly knew where the golden mist in the Golden Valley came from. The myriad poison liquid was a special kind of spiritual liquid that could only be formed by the convergence of countless kinds of highly toxic substances. Rather than calling it a spiritual liquid, it would be better to say that it was the condensation of the myriad poison evil chi. And this kind of evil chi had a name. It was called the myriad poison meteor evil chi. This kind of evil chi was very easy to collect. Generally, it could be collected by gathering dozens of kinds of poisonous things. However, to collect pure myriad poison falling evil chi, thousands of kinds of poisonous things must be gathered, and after dozens of years, a small pool of myriad poison liquid could be formed. However, for such a large pool of myriad poison liquid to be formed in the Golden Valley of the 7-star celestial sect, and it was golden in color, it could only be brewed in an environment like the Golden Valley of the 7-star celestial sect for tens of thousands of years. This kind of pure evil qi was a necessary condition for the cultivation of a magical power in the North Sea Wave listening spell. Lu Ping wondered how he could take away such a large pool of myriad poison liquid. Lu Ping put a jade crystal bottle on the ground and displayed the water manipulation spell. He took a ball of myriad poison liquid from the pool and put it into the jade crystal bottle. Unexpectedly, as soon as the myriad poison liquid was picked up, it dripped down. Lu Ping's magical power was corroded by the myriad poison liquid and was riddled with holes. Lu Ping hurriedly increased the input of magical power. Finally, the speed of the magical power transmission was faster than the speed of the myriad poison liquid's corrosion. With great difficulty, he put the myriad poison liquid into the jade crystal bottle. However, the jade crystal bottle was like a bottle made of ice, filled with boiling water. In an instant, it turned into a cloud of green smoke. The myriad poison liquid spilled on the ground, and a thick golden fog rose and dispersed in the air. Lu Ping looked at the scene helplessly. He wanted to cast the water curtain heaven splendor here and absorb the meteorite essence of myriad poisons to cultivate that innate skill. However, the cultivation of innate skills wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. He still needed to make many preparations, and 2 hours was obviously not enough. Just as Lu Ping was at his wit's end, he suddenly discovered that there were many large blue stones in this small pool of myriad poison liquid. This made Lu Ping quite surprised. Lu Ping casually picked up a large blue stone in his hand and carefully examined it with his divine sense. He discovered that this blue stone was an ordinary stone used by mortals to build houses. Lu Ping hollowed out a blue stone and made it into a blue stone bottle. Then he used his magical power to absorb a cloud of myriad poison liquid into the blue stone bottle. He found that the myriad poison liquid did not corrode the bottle wall, but it slowly turned into a golden fog and evaporated. Lu Ping made a bluestone lid and firmly sealed the mouth of the bottle. Then he made 9 huge bluestone bottles, all of which were filled with myriad poison liquid. Lu Ping estimated that this amount of myriad poison liquid was enough for him to cultivate his magical power. Only then did he stop. 1/5 of the myriad poison liquid in the small pool had already been taken away. Just as Lu Ping was about to leave, a fist-sized colorless liquid suddenly surged from the bottom of the myriad poison liquid. It rolled back and forth above the surface of the myriad poison liquid, but it did not melt with the myriad poison liquid. When the colorless liquid appeared, the dense golden fog above the small pool actually had a tendency to converge towards the small pool. At the same time, Lu Ping's divine sense also discovered that there was an invisible evil qi constantly converging towards the small pool from all directions of the golden fallen valley. Lu Ping was very clear that this evil qi was the myriad poison meteorite evil qi. However, this evil qi was obviously very thin and not pure enough. But when all the evil qi converged above the small pool, it actually formed a golden cloud. Then golden raindrops fell sparsely and fell into the small pool. If these golden raindrops were not myriad poison liquid, then what were they? The golden raindrops only dropped a few dozen drops before they stopped. The amount of myriad poison liquid that increased was only about half of what was in Lu Ping's bluestone bottle. It seemed that this was the self-recovery function of the myriad poison liquid, but obviously this process could not be completed in a short period of time. However, Lu Ping looked at the colorless liquid on the surface of the myriad poison liquid and became ecstatic. It was born in a highly poisonous object, and it was full of spirituality rolling on the surface of the myriad poison liquid, automatically adjusting the amount of myriad poison liquid. This was definitely a kind of spirit water of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was hidden in this rare golden myriad poison liquid, so its level was definitely not too low. Lu Ping slowly displayed the water control technique to hold this spirit water of heaven and earth. However, he faintly found that the spirit water was resisting Lu Ping's control. Sure enough, it had spirituality. Lu Ping was even more delighted. He increased the control of his magic power, intending to completely absorb this spirit water of heaven and earth. However, he found that this spirit water of heaven and earth had suddenly divided into 2 parts. One part was only 1/3 the size of the original spirit water of heaven and earth, and it was controlled by Lu Ping's water control technique to fly over. Lu Ping put this small ball of spirit water into a bluestone bottle and mixed it with the myriad poison liquid inside. He found that the spirit water of heaven and earth seemed to have reduced a lot of spirituality, and it looked listless. However, the myriad poison liquid in the bluestone bottle no longer turned into a golden mist and evaporated. Even though Lu Ping did not seal the bottle, Lu Ping seemed to understand something. Looking at the big bluestone that had originally blocked the small pool, Lu Ping used the Qing Han sword to cut a few times, and opened up a huge space in the bluestone. Then, he poured all 10 bottles of myriad poison liquid into the bluestone vat. The small ball of spirit water of heaven and earth rolled in the bluestone vat, and it recovered some vitality. Lu Ping did not have to worry about the myriad poison liquid evaporating. When Lu Ping looked at the other ball of spirit water, he found that the bigger ball of spirit water had sunk to the bottom of the pool of myriad poison liquid. Lu Ping found that the surrounding golden mist had become a lot lighter, and the corrosion of the water curtain heaven flower had also weakened. Lu Ping secretly thought that this spirit water of heaven and earth and myriad poison liquid had a mutually reinforcing and restraining relationship. The myriad poison liquid nourished the spirit water of heaven and earth, and the spirit water of heaven and earth helped the myriad poison liquid gather the myriad poison meteorite evil qi, and at the same time restrain the myriad poison meteorite evil qi from spreading outside the golden fallen canyon. Lu Ping quickly walked around the core area and found a few skeletons, obviously belonging to the core forging stage Taoist masters, but many of the skeletons had traces of being turned over, but these traces were obviously not the same time, and there was no new layer of soil on the ground. It seemed that there were many cultivators who could enter the core area. However, the age of these skeletons was obviously too long, and even if there were treasures such as magic weapons, they had all been corroded by the golden meteorite evil qi. Fortunately, he found a few rare 1,000-year-old spirit grasses. Lu Ping wanted to continue looking for more spirit grasses, but Samling had reached his limit, and his own magic power was also consumed, so he had to quickly leave the core area. As soon as Lu Ping left the golden core area, Samling fainted. Lu Ping carefully examined him, but his magic power had been consumed too much, and he estimated that it would take dozens of days to recover. It was probably impossible for him to enter the core area again, unless he used the myriad poison meteorite evil qi to condense the advanced spell of water curtain heaven flower. However, this was not something that could be done overnight, so Lu Ping had no choice but to walk out of the golden fallen canyon. Although Samling had consumed a lot of vitality, he had breathed in a large amount of golden poisonous mist, which contained pure poisonous gas of the myriad poison meteorite evil qi. If all of it was refined, Samling's magic power would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced, and it could be said that he would benefit greatly. What was the situation outside the Golden Fallen Canyon at this time? Chapter 171. Lu Ping had used up a lot of magic power in the past few days in the Golden Fallen Canyon. At the same time, he had swallowed a lot of pills to recover his spiritual power, causing the medicinal effects to accumulate in his body. If he didn't refine them in time, it would affect his future cultivation. Therefore, after Lu Ping came out of the Golden Core area, he didn't stay in the inner area of the Golden Fallen Canyon for long. Instead, he chose a different direction and went straight out of the canyon. Lu Ping guessed that the original entrance to the Golden Fallen Canyon was already being watched. Right now, Lu Ping's strength wasn't at its peak, so he chose to avoid the original path. However, it wasn't easy for Lu Ping to avoid trouble. Just as Lu Ping walked out of the golden mist, he found himself surrounded. TSK, a level 7 blood condensation realm cultivator actually dared to enter the Golden Fallen Canyon alone. How daring! A guy walked in front of Lu Ping with a sarcastic expression. As he spoke, 4 cultivators slowly revealed themselves and surrounded Lu Ping. Kid, looking at your cultivation, you won't be able to last long in the Golden Fallen Canyon. However, you should have gained something, right? Take it out and show us. If we like it, we'll trade it with you. How about it? The one who spoke was the same cultivator from before. Oh, then what's the price? Lu Ping remained calm and secretly circulated his magic power. At the same time, he scanned his surroundings and the cultivation of the cultivators who robbed him. The price is absolutely fair. A 500-year-old spirit herb costs 1 low-grade spirit stone, and a 1,000-year-old spirit herb costs 2. The cultivator in front of him shook his head with a mocking expression. This group of cultivators should be a small group formed by rogue cultivators. They specialized in robbing lone cultivators. The nameless cultivator was at the level 7 or 8 blood condensation realm, so he wasn't weak. Lu Ping took out a mid-grade mystic instrument that he obtained from an unlucky bastard. He waved it around and said solemnly, "It's too cheap. If it was a 500-year-old spirit herb for a top-grade spirit stone, I might consider it." "That's too cheap." The cultivator in front of him looked at the mid-grade magic artifact in Lu Ping's hand, and a look of disdain flashed across his face. When he heard Lu Ping's words, he sneered and said, "You are courting death. You can't blame others. Everyone attack together. Kill this fellow first and then divide his items." Lu Ping's mana was greatly depleted. He did not want to be entangled with them any longer. Just as the 5 of them were about to take out their magic artifacts, they saw a wave of sword light shooting towards them in all directions. The sword light flickered erratically and was clearly extremely powerful. This was not the power of a mid-grade magic artifact. The 5 of them immediately realized that this cultivator in front of them was not simple. They quickly used their own defensive methods. The cultivator in front of Lu Ping immediately realized something was wrong when Lu Ping launched the first attack. Just as he was about to defend himself, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, a few streams of water had tied him up, and his cultivation base was also restrained. Just as he was about to call for help, a clear sound rang out. A gust of wind carrying a surging arcane energy rushed into his mouth, forcefully interrupting his call for help. Immediately after, the cultivator's shoulders tightened. A pair of iron claws had already pierced into his shoulders. The cultivator wanted to cry out in pain, but he couldn't make a sound. Then, his feet left the ground and he flew out of the valley. On a nameless hill far away from the Golden Valley, Lu Ping looked at the cultivator who was like a lump of mud in front of him and asked, "You've got guts. A few rogue cultivators dare to occupy one of the exits of the Golden Valley to rob. Aren't you afraid of encountering cultivators from other sects and sects?" The cultivator had a sad expression on his face. Obviously, he had been tortured by Lu Ping. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "I'm as blind as a bat. These days, most of the cultivators in the 7 Stars Heaven have rushed to the 7 Stars Temple. The rest are some rogue cultivators and lone cultivators. That's why I dared to rob outside the Golden Valley with a few friends." "I didn't know." Lu Ping waved his hand to interrupt him and asked, "What kind of place is the 7 Stars Temple?" The cultivator looked at Lu Ping in surprise, but he still answered obediently, "The 7 Stars Temple is the place where the 7 Laozu, who founded the 7 Stars Heaven, opened the altar and preached. It is located in the center of the 7 Stars Heaven. Every time the 7 Stars Heaven appears, the restrictions in the 7 Stars Temple will weaken, and some treasures will always be spat out of the temple. Everyone is waiting for the opportunity there. When the time comes to fight for the treasures, a chaotic battle is inevitable." Lu Ping asked curiously, "The 7 Stars Heaven has been opened dozens of times in the past 10,000 years. How many treasures are there in the 7 Stars Temple to spit out?" The 7 cultivators shook their heads and said, "How would I know?" But when the 5 Laozu who had surpassed the Dharma phase went their separate ways, a great battle almost destroyed the 7 Stars Heaven. One of the Laozu once said that the 7 Stars Temple collected some treasures that the 7 Laozu had collected when they were young. For them at that time it was already nothing in their eyes. It was just an opportunity given to the cultivators of the North Sea later on. The 7 Laozu were famous in the North Sea. Whether it was the human cultivators or the demon cultivators, they had received a lot of kindness from them. Out of respect, the cultivators of the North Sea would also give some gifts every time they paid a visit. Therefore, no one knows how many treasures there are in the 7 Stars Temple, but every time the 7 Stars Heaven opens, the treasures that the 7 Stars Temple spat out are definitely not small. Lu Ping knew very little about these things, but now that he was listening to the guy in front of him talk about it, he was quite interested. Looking at the hopeful face of the cultivator, Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Tell me about the situation in the 7 Stars Heaven in the past few days. If you tell me well, I'll let you go. If not," Lu Ping had a "you understand" expression on his face. The cultivator was like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a piece of driftwood. He hurriedly told Lu Ping everything that had happened recently. regardless of whether it was big or small, real or fake, for fear of missing out on anything. 2 days later, Lu Ping, who had recovered all of his magic power and adjusted his state, returned the storage bag that originally belonged to the captured cultivator to him. The cultivator opened it and saw that there were no spirit herbs, spirit materials, or spirit stones left. There were only 2 magic tools, one offensive and one defensive, and a few bottles of pills to restore spirit energy. Lu Ping ignored the cultivator who wanted to cry but had no tears. He directly left the cave and walked in the direction of the 7 stars heaven. It seemed that many exciting stories had happened in the past few days in the Golden Fallen Canyon. Liao, who had received his warning, but after leaving the Golden Fallen Canyon, he was still ambushed by the Mistwater Pavilion cultivators led by He Li Sin. After a great battle, the Liao clan cultivators were all dead and only Liao who escaped with serious injuries. However, the Mistwater Pavilion didn't get any benefits either. Not only did they not get the heart-dissolving pill recipe, but they were also caught off guard by the cultivators from the Overflowing Ocean sect who followed them. A third of their cultivators were killed or injured, and they lost a lot of their harvest in the 7 stars heaven. After that, the Ocean Flame sect's Peng Chongqing, one of the famous Northern Sea's 18 generals, was killed by Xianling sect's genius cultivator, Ouyang Weijian. Rumors spread that after the 7 stars heaven closed, Xianling sect would have 3 spots in the Northern Sea's 18 generals, surpassing Jinling in one fell swoop. After that, the Western Tomb Islands AI clan spread news that before Peng Chongqing was killed, he was severely injured by a cultivator from the AI clan and Jinling Lu Ping. However, everyone was skeptical of this news. After all, many people had witnessed Ouyang Weijian killing Peng Chongqing, but the AI clan cultivators had never seen Lu Ping and AI Shutao injure Peng Chongqing. Chapter 172. The news that Lu Ping and AI Shutao had joined forces to severely injure Peng Chongqing did not attract much attention. Instead, one of the 2 cultivators from Jinling who had joined forces to repel Miao Weidong, one of the 18 generals of the North Sea from Xianling sect, a cultivator named Yin Zichu confronted Ouyang Weijian. The 2 fought fiercely and in the end Ouyang Weijian, whose cultivation was 1 level higher than Yin Zichu, won. Yin Zichu was injured and retreated. Ouyang Weijian wanted to chase after him, but he encountered another cultivator from Jinling Ji Zixuan, who had come to Yin Zichu's aid. The 3 fought again, but halfway through, they were interrupted by cultivators from both sections. Lu Ping did not expect that the cold-looking Yin Zichu would be so hot-blooded. This Ouyang Weijian reminded Lu Ping of the pale-faced cultivator from Xianling sect, who attacked him from behind during his battle with the primordial giant crocodile. There was also a lot of news from the demon race. In addition to the battles between human and demon cultivators, the most famous one was a demon cultivator known as Jin Young Master. This person had defeated Qi Zicai of Jinling and Miao Weidong of Xianling sect, but for some reason, he did not kill them. During the encounter with the cultivators of Feiyu School, a hidden core forging stage Taoist master of Feiyu School was forced to expose the Zhen Yuan of his core forging stage by Genie Young Master's sword, and was then sent out of the 7-star sky. The cultivators of Failing School, who had lost the deterrence of a core forging stage Taoist master, were slaughtered by the demon cultivators who followed Genie Young Master. Only a few cultivators of Failing School who were quick enough to escape. After the incident with the Feiyu sect, the rumor that Jin Gongzi had mastered the sword technique, Intent Realm, began to spread. Many cultivators began to speculate that the cultivators of the various sects were like the Feiyu sect, hiding enlightened masters with their cultivation sealed. This was also the reason why the various sects were able to maintain a great deal of restraint. After all, enlightened masters would be teleported out of the 7-star sky when they broke the seal. However, they could still launch an attack before being teleported. A full-powered attack from a core forging enlightened master was a disaster for any blood condensation realm cultivator, even if they were only at the early core forging realm. There was another thing that caught Lu Ping's attention. Amidst the many killings and conflicts, Lu Ping had discovered the figures of the Overturned Seas gang several times. They were like ghosts hiding in the dark. The cultivators of the Overturned Seas gang split up and roamed around the 7-star skies, sowing discord, taking advantage of others' misfortune, assassinating and launching sneak attacks. All sorts of methods emerged one after another. Although there were conflicts between the other human cultivator factions, when faced with the Yao race cultivators, they could at least work together to fight against the common enemy. However, the Overturned Seas gang had no principles and killed indiscriminately. They were also exceptionally cunning. The various factions within the Seven-Star Skies were constantly in conflict because of them. Many powers had reached a tacit agreement to join forces to deal with the Overturned Seas gang. However, they could not find the Overturned Seas gang's base. Even if they did find the cultivators of the Overturned Seas gang, they would only be small fries. This caused the Overturned Seas gang to be more vigilant and hide even deeper. Lu Ping was still wearing the red mask, but he no longer concealed his cultivation. Hiding his cultivation in the Seven-Star Sky would only attract the attention of many cultivators with ulterior motives. It was very difficult to kill a cultivator of the same level in a one-on-one fight. In order to surround and kill a cultivator of the same level, 3 cultivators of the same level had to make all sorts of arrangements beforehand to prevent the opponent from escaping. After all, cultivators like Lu Ping who could challenge those of a higher level were few and far between. The Seven Stars Temple was located in the center of the Seven-Star Sky. In the past, when the 5 Laozu of the Seven-Star Sky fought, the center of the battle was the center of the Seven-Star Sky. However, after the battle, the Seven-Star Sky was completely destroyed while the Seven Stars Temple remained unscathed. One could not help but marvel at the shocking methods of the Laozu. In the center of the Seven-Star Sky, there was a huge pit that spread out in all directions. It was said that during the battle between the 5 Laozu of the Seven-Star Sky, this was the result of the overflowing magic power. This huge pit had flattened everything in the Seven-Star Sky except for the Seven Stars Temple. Now, all that was left were the weeds and trees that had grown after the battle, along with the occasional spirit herb and spirit material. Along the way, with the cooperation of Debao and Lu Qin, Lu Ping naturally plowed through all the spirit herbs and spirit materials that he came across. However, it was clear that the harvest in these places could not be compared to the harvest in the Golden Fallen Canyon. In the past few days, Lu Ping had broken the Divine Sense seal on the storage bracelet obtained from the Golden Fallen Canyon. Thanks to Lu Ping's divine sense that was far stronger than ordinary people, otherwise it would have taken him twice the time. However, the items in the storage bracelet made Lu Ping somewhat disappointed. After all, this was the first space item of a core forging master that Lu Ping had obtained, but it was not the dazzling variety of treasures that Lu Ping had imagined. Fortunately, after all, it was the collection of a core forging master. There were not many items, but the quality was more or less guaranteed. Lu Ping was too lazy to count the spirit stones. It added up to no more than 100,000. Lu Ping's own spirit stones were far more than this number. This was also the reason why Lu Ping was quite disappointed at first. However, the 5 or 6 high-grade spirit stones inside made Lu Ping's eyes light up. After all, spirit stones had reached high grade, and they had many more uses. Even Lu Ping had only collected 4 or 5 high-grade spirit stones so far, and he had been reluctant to use them. There were many jade boxes containing spirit herbs. Lu Ping checked the nearly 100 rare 1,000-year-old spirit herbs sealed inside. Obviously, they were picked in the inner layer of the Golden Fallen Canyon. The medicinal properties inside were preserved very well, and not much had been lost. It could be seen that the person who picked them was quite experienced. There were few medicinal pills left, which made Lu Ping wonder if the owner of this storage bracelet engraved with the word Liao was a cultivator of the Golden Orange Islands Liao family, which was famous for alchemy. Fortunately, there was an answer to this question. A pill recipe for the heart-dissolving pill. Lu Ping did not know why such a precious pill recipe would be recorded in a jade slip, but Lu Ping carefully checked the contents of the pill recipe and found that there was no mistake. This was indeed the pill recipe for the heart-dissolving pill. Then, this core forging realm cultivator who fell in the Golden Fallen Canyon was indeed a member of the Golden Orange Islands Liao family. Subsequently, it was further confirmed that this cultivator was not only a cultivator of the Liao family, but also Liao Hu's grandfather, Taoist Master Liao Ding, who had gone missing in the Seven-Star Sky 300 years ago. The jade slip recorded in detail the various spirit herbs that Taoist Master Liao Ding had seen, as well as their medicinal properties, growing environment, and growing place. Lu Ping felt as if he had obtained a treasure. Although this jade slip was not the inheritance jade slip of an alchemist, It was a jade slip that every alchemist must have. An alchemist must record all kinds of information related to alchemy at any time and anywhere. This was an important accumulation for an alchemist, second only to the inheritance of an alchemist. Lu Ping did not have time to check the details of the jade slip, so he copied the contents of the entire jade slip into his own jade slip. On the trip to the Golden Fallen Canyon, Lu Ping had harvested a lot of unknown rare thousand-year-old spirit herbs, as well as the 9 spirit herbs that were obviously more than 3,000 years old. Lu Ping was worried about not knowing the situation of these spirit herbs, but now a pillow was sent to him just as he was about to doze off. Lu Ping held a medicinal pestle in his hand and felt a faint sense of resistance. Lu Ping used his spiritual sense to investigate, but found that there was no restriction formed in the medicinal pestle, but a more mysterious and complex restriction was contained. Lu Ping was delighted in his heart. Was this a magic weapon? Could it be that the strange restriction inside was the treasure restriction that Chan Lian had told him about in order to refine magic weapons? Under the joy, Lu Ping penetrated his spiritual sense into the treasure restriction, and at the same time, his spiritual power poured into the medicinal pestle, intending to refine this magic weapon. This was the first magic weapon that Lu Ping had obtained. At this moment, the medicinal pestle suddenly began to frantically devour Lu Ping's spiritual power and spiritual sense. The medicinal pestle was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. Fortunately, Lu Ping could still control his arcane energy and divine sense. He let out a long sigh of relief and slowly wrapped his divine sense around the 2 identical enchantment seals on the mystic treasure. At the same time, he also used his arcane energy to infuse the mystic treasure layer by layer. Only then could the mystic treasure familiarize itself with its master's arcane energy and aura, allowing the mystic treasure to unleash its greatest power in battle. This was what cultivators often referred to as mystic treasure refinement and mystic treasure recognition. Of course, this situation was under the circumstance that the original owner, Liao Ding, had died. That was why Lu Ping could so easily refine the medicinal pestle. With Lu Ping's spiritual power and spiritual sense, refining the medicinal pestle consumed almost half of his spiritual power and spiritual sense. In other words, Lu Ping could barely use this magic weapon twice before he ran out of spiritual power and was at the mercy of others. This was also because the spiritual power and spiritual sense of a blood condensation cultivator were too weak. If a cultivator reached the core forging stage, their spiritual power would condense into spiritual essence, and their spiritual sense would transform into spiritual sense, which would make it much easier for them to control magic weapons. Lu Ping found a secluded place and hid to recover his spiritual power and spiritual sense. At the same time, he took out the last item in the storage bracelet. Lu Ping was quite dispirited as he threw the jade slip into his own storage bracelet. It was actually another jade slip sealed with spiritual sense. Lu Ping currently had 2 jade slips sealed with spiritual sense. One was from the cave of a late core forging enlightened master on Feiling Island, and the other was from Liao Ding's remains in the Golden Fallen Canyon. Lu Ping could only patiently wait until he reached the core forging stage. Once his spiritual sense transformed into spiritual sense, he would be able to uncover the secrets inside. In addition to the amethyst royal jelly, amethyst wasp eggs, and the rare 1,000-year-old and 3,000-year-old spirit herbs and golden core fruit trees, Lu Ping could be said to have a great harvest. These harvests could even make a core forging enlightened master go crazy. However, these were not the most important. The most important thing was the vat of myriad poison origin aura that Lu Ping brought out from the golden core area. The myriad poison origin aura was transformed from the myriad poison origin aura, and the small ball of heaven and earth spirit water that was definitely higher than profound level. Of these 2 items, the myriad poison origin aura was related to the advancement of Lu Ping's water curtain heaven flower, and the heaven and earth spirit water was the key to whether or not Lu Ping could make a breakthrough after he reached the core forging stage. Even now, Lu Ping still didn't know what kind of heaven and earth spirit water he obtained. Chapter 173. After recovering his magic power, Lu Ping was getting closer and closer to 7 Stars Temple. On this day, Lu Ping saw a forest in the distance. Suddenly, the jade slip that Ji Zixuan gave him vibrated. Lu Ping was overjoyed. It seemed like he would be able to meet up with the cultivators of his sect soon. Lu Ping hurriedly ran towards the forest. It wasn't that Lu Ping didn't want to sit on Lu Qin's back. It was just that flying mounts were too conspicuous. In a place like Seven Stars Temple where danger lurked everywhere, it was extremely easy to become a target. When he neared the forest, Lu Ping frowned. Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu should have known about his arrival. However, Lu Ping had already walked out of the forest, and the two didn't come out to greet him. Lu Ping looked at the quiet forest. After thinking for a moment, he spread out his divine sense and quietly snuck into the forest. The two of you must be the true spirit duo that joined forces to repel Xianling sect's Miao Weidong? In the forest, the leader of the 5 men in black, who were facing off against Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu, sneered and asked, "Cowardly rats who hide their heads and show their tails. You must be the rats that the overflowing sea gang detests, right? Why don't you find a hole in Seven Stars Temple to hide in? Aren't you afraid of being exposed to the light?" Lu Ping didn't expect the usually gentle and refined Ji Zixuan to have such a sharp tongue. The overflowing sea gang's leader's face flashed with anger. Ignoring Ji Zixuan's mockery, he continued, 10 days ago, my overflowing sea gang gathered more than 20 cultivators and fought a group of cultivators called AI Buitao. I fought with AI Buitao for more than 10 rounds without a clear winner. I don't know if the two of you will be able to survive under the combined attacks of the 5 of us. Yin Zichu directly held 2 top-grade short swords in his hands and said coldly, "Why don't you try and find out?" The leading cultivator from the overturned Seas clan was about to say something when Yin Zichu suddenly disappeared in a flash to the right. The leading cultivator was startled and shouted to the cultivator on his left, "Watch out." With a flick of his left hand, the leading cultivator's sleeve suddenly elongated, transforming into a cloth barrier. He intended to wrap up the leftmost cultivator. However, the cloth barrier had only extended for a distance of 3 zhang, when a wooden monkey jumped over from the side and smashed into the cloth barrier. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. A cultivator from the overturned Seas gang who was furthest away had been heavily injured by Yin Zichu's sneak attack. One of his arms was sent flying into the sky. "Bastard! Surround them and attack with everything you've got. Don't leave any survivors." The leading cultivator was furious. He didn't expect that one of them would be seriously injured the moment they arrived. The leading cultivator took the lead and shot out his flying cloud sleeve, blocking Yin Zichu who was about to kill him. The 2 cultivators on the left and right stepped forward to support him, causing the heavily injured cultivator from the overturned Seas clan to retreat. The leading overturned Seas gang cultivator made a grabbing motion in the air. A 9-edged 3 feet long crystal mace appeared in his hand, and he swung it at Ji Zixuan. Ji Zixuan saw that Yin Zichu was being held up by the other 3 overturned Seas gang members. Although Yin Zichu's movements were extremely fast and he was fighting with the 3, trying his best not to fall into their encirclement, the 3 overturned Seas gang members had clearly thought of a way to restrain the 2 of them. Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu had grown up together. Their minds were connected, and they had a tacit understanding of each other. When the 2 of them worked together, they weren't just 2 7th-layer blood condensation cultivators. Although the 3 overturned Seas gang members couldn't keep up with Yin Zichu's speed and sharp swordsmanship, they could coordinate with each other to prevent Yin Zichu from getting close to Ji Zixuan. Ji Zixuan had no choice but to release 2 late blood condensation puppets. One of them was an iron-armored warrior puppet. It swung a large sword and clashed with the incoming crystal mace. The crystal mace was sent flying, but the iron-armored warrior was forced back a few steps. A large crack appeared on the surface of the sword, and its arms creaked as if they were about to fall off from the impact of the crystal mace. The corner of Ji Zixuan's eyes twitched, and his heart ached. This iron-armored puppet was his proudest creation. Ji Zixuan hurriedly commanded the black-armored puppet that Lu Ping had seen before to help him. Ji Zixuan, who was already controlling 2 puppets, didn't have any more magic power or divine sense to participate in the battle. He could only take out the octagonal shield to protect himself. At this moment, Lu Ping was hiding about 100 feet away from the battle. This was a place where the divine sense of both sides couldn't reach. Lu Ping could clearly grasp the situation of the battle in the forest. Lu Ping's invisibility technique was too lousy. He would be easily discovered if he was within the range of the divine sense of others. The leading cultivator from the overturned Sea gang was clearly not weak. If Lu Ping was discovered, he would lose the element of surprise. At this moment, Ji Zixuan was in a precarious situation. Yin Zichu was also entangled by 3 cultivators from the overturned sea gang, who had higher cultivation than him. He couldn't even take care of himself. The leading cultivator felt that he had the situation under control. He said proudly, "Are the 2 of you still going to fight like trapped beasts? If you know what's good for you, take out the magic treasures you obtained last time and let us have a look. Who knows, once you use your magic treasures we might lose to you too." Lu Ping used the invisibility technique and advanced another 20 to 30 feet. Fortunately, the overturned sea gang had the upper hand, and their guard was down. Lu Ping was not discovered. Yin Zichu's 2 swords danced in the air, sending out 128 sword lights towards the 3 cultivators from the overturned sea gang. He was actually only 1 step away from the force realm. The 3 did not expect Yin Zichu to suddenly erupt, and they quickly defended themselves. Yin Zichu suddenly shook off the 3 of them, and sped towards the direction where Lu Ping was hiding. Not good, he's trying to escape. Abandoning his companions. Xunling is nothing more than this. Can he escape? He must have expended a lot of transcendence energy in those 2 swords. He won't be able to get far before his transcendence energy runs out. The 3 cultivators from the overturned sea gang chased after him as they cursed. Yin Zichu ran for a few dozen feet, and as expected, his speed slowed down. It was as if he really had run out of energy. The 3 of them were overjoyed. They shouted as they raised their magic treasures and smashed them towards Yin Zichu's back. Yin Zichu had no choice but to turn around and use his 2 swords to defend himself. However, he could only barely block 2 of the magic treasures. Seeing that the 3rd magic treasure was about to shatter Yin Zichu's protective chi barrier and severely injure him, the cultivators from the overturned sea gang were overjoyed. However, they did not notice the mocking expression in Yin Zichu's eyes. A cyan-colored sword beam suddenly shot out from behind a large tree behind Yin Zichu to knock the 3rd magic artifact flying. Next, the sword beam, which had yet to dissipate its power, continued charging towards one of the cultivators. The cultivator was suddenly ambushed, and he cried out in alarm. He hurriedly raised his protective magic treasure in front of him, but a series of metallic clangs struck the high-grade magic treasure in an instant, shattering it into pieces. The cultivator's 2 magic treasures were heavily damaged, and his chest felt heavy. He could not care less about spitting out the blood in his mouth, and hurriedly retreated in the direction of the other 2 cultivators, intending to seek support. However, it was too late. The cultivator suddenly felt a chill on his chest. When he looked down, he saw that there were 2 needle holes in the front of his shirt, and 2 drops of bright red were expanding on his shirt. Chapter 174. With the cooperation of Yin Zichu, Lu Ping caught them off guard and killed one of the cultivators from the overturned sea's gang. The other 2 shouted angrily, "Not good, there's an ambush. Be careful, this person's sword technique is strange." The cultivator who had just broken the sword of Ji Zixuan's armored puppet heard his subordinates shout and immediately looked back. He saw a red-faced cultivator wielding a green flying sword in his hand, creating a dense layer of sword light in the air. It was as if a white wave had surged out of nowhere, encircling one of the remaining 2 cultivators. The leading cultivator was shocked. "Be careful, this is sword intent. This person's swordsmanship has already reached the intent realm." What responded to him was an arm that soared into the sky and a blood-curdling scream. The leading cultivator's eyes were bloodshot as he attacked Ji Zixuan with all his might, intending to take down Ji Zixuan and then support the other 2. According to the information obtained by the leading cultivator, the magic treasure that Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu obtained should be on the puppet cultivator in front of him. As long as he obtained this magic treasure, this mission would be considered complete. The leading cultivator used his flying cloud sleeve to roll the black armored puppet, and took the opportunity to use the jade-shattering heavenly spirit, shattering the left arm of the armored puppet. Just as he was about to further expand the battle, 2 cold sword chi had already rushed towards the back of the leading cultivator's head. The leading cultivator dodged to the side. The crystal jian in his hand also slowed down. Ji Zixuan, who had commanded the armored puppet to avoid the disaster, had already regrouped with Yin Zichu. The leading cultivator cursed under his breath and turned to look to the side, only to see the red-faced cultivator using a flying sword to suppress his two subordinates to the point where they were unable to fight back. Moreover, the red-faced cultivator still had an expression of ease. The leading cultivator knew that today's matter was difficult to accomplish, so he turned to retreat. Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu had almost suffered a big loss, so how could they be willing to give up? The black armored puppet's armor transformed into a pair of wings, and instantly blocked in front of them. Yin Zichu had already brandished his two swords and chased after them. Ji Zixuan put away the armored puppet that had lost its weapon and one arm. With a wave of his hand, 9 different kinds of carving knives stabbed at different parts of the leading cultivator, as if he wanted to carve him into something. Ji Zixuan came from the puppet hall, and usually used the puppets he made to fight with others. Now that he was suddenly like the other cultivators, using his Dharma artifacts to attack, it caused Lu Ping, who was watching them fight, to feel a sense of amazement. Only now did Lu Ping realize that Ji Zixuan was a cultivator after all. Other than using puppets, he could also control magic tools to fight with the enemy like other cultivators. Ji Zixuan's attack method was very special. The 9 carving knives did not attack vital parts, but some unimportant parts of the body. These parts were often the parts that cultivators paid the least attention to and did not care about defending, making it very easy for Ji Zixuan's attack to succeed. This was an attack method that accumulated a small amount of power to achieve a great result. However, it had very high requirements for the cultivator who used this attack method. Eyesight, movement, coordination, patience, courage, perseverance, and so on. All of these auxiliary conditions were indispensable. Lu Ping quickly attacked with the Qinghan sword twice. The 2 people who were surrounded by Lu Ping's sword technique resisted with all their strength. Unfortunately, one of them was missing an arm, so they were unable to form an effective cooperation. Lu Ping flicked out 2 jade blood needles and killed the 2 cultivators from the overturned seas gang who were stubbornly resisting. The leading cultivator was worthy of being a figure who was on par with the 18 generals of the North Sea. He wrapped the black armored puppet with his flying cloud sleeve and smashed the crystal mace over. Yin Zichu did not dare to take it head-on and retreated. Then the long mace swept horizontally and knocked away 6 of Ji Zixuan's 9 carving knives. The other 3 knives only left 2 bloody marks on his legs and shoulders. One of the knives stabbed into his abdomen, but it did not break through his protective aura. At this time, Lu Ping had already killed 2 people and was rushing over here. The leading cultivator saw that things were not going well, so he turned into a silver light and fled out of the forest. Just as the cultivator was about to escape from the forest, there was suddenly a clear cry above his head. A green flame suddenly sprayed towards the cultivator who had arrived at the entrance of the forest. The cultivator turned pale with fright. This was the demonic beast's natal true fire. Moreover, the true fire's level was not low. If he were to crash into it, even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. With such a delay, Lu Ping's 1,000 snow pile sword art surged over and engulfed the cultivator in the raging waves. Ji and Yin Zichuan turned into ocean killers hiding under the waves, waiting for an opportunity to strike when the cultivator had no time to pay attention to anything else. The 3 of them put away their magic tools. The cultivator was already deader than dead. Lu Ping shook his head and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Ji, the way you kill people is really special." Ji Zixuan giggled and said, "Who told him to break my puppet? Otherwise, I wouldn't have to personally go into battle." "That's right, Senior Marshal Brother Lu has been in the 7 stars heaven these days. Why did I only see you after 2 months? Lu Ping roughly recounted what had happened to him these past few days. Naturally, he hid what he shouldn't say. Ji Zixuan's eyes lit up and he said, "Senior Marshal Brother actually went to the Golden Fallen Canyon? That's really admirable. There's also the Purple Crystal Royal Jelly. This time, after leaving the 7 stars heaven, I have to give Junior Marshal Brother some. Soaking it in water can increase your cultivation." Lu Ping slapped his forehead and said helplessly, "You're simply wasting natural resources. This is royal jelly, not purple crystal honey. I don't even have enough to refine pills, and you still want to soak it in water? Not a chance." Ji Zixuan had a mischievous look on his face and started to clamor for Lu Ping to help him refine the royal jelly pill. He would pay for the spirit herbs himself. Lu Ping was being pestered until his head was dizzy and he could only agree. Inzichu walked over and brought over 5 storage pouches. He said, "There's still one who was unconscious after being severely injured by me. I've already restrained his cultivation. How should we deal with him?" There were very few items related to the overturned Seas gang in the 5 storage pouches. This was very similar to the overturned Seas gang cultivators that Lu Ping had killed before. However, there were quite a few other miscellaneous items. It was obvious that they hadn't had time to organize them. Presumably, they were obtained from robbing other cultivators in the 7 stars heaven. Lu Ping took all the spirit herbs from within. The two knew that Lu Ping was an alchemist, so they naturally wouldn't stop him. There were still quite a few good items left. There were 2 top-grade magic tools, which Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu divided equally. Ji Zixuan asked for the crystal mace, saying that he wanted to give it to his iron-armored warrior. Lu Ping found a hexagonal jade tablet in the storage pouch of the leading cultivator. It was exactly the same as the one he had obtained from Yuan Shikong. On one side there was a sparkling palace, while on the other side, there was a seal character Ping, held up by surging waves. Could this person be the hall master of the overturned Seas gang's Calm Seas Hall? Lu Ping kept the jade tablet. Ji Zixuan said with a covetous expression, "Looks like robbing is the way to go." After saying that, he clicked his tongue, his face full of envy. Yin Zichu also had a look of agreement on the side. It was rare for his face to have some expression. Lu Ping looked at the two of them speechless. It was one thing for Yin Zichu to be like this, but this Ji Zixuan was usually gentle and refined, looking like a gentleman. Why did he suddenly look like a money grubber? Lu Ping looked at the unconscious overturned Seas gang cultivator on the ground and said, "It would be great if there was some kind of soul-searching secret technique. Maybe we could get some information about the overturned Seas gang." Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu looked at each other and said, "Maybe Senior Sister Qi has a way." Lu Ping followed the two of them to Jinling's encampment. Lu Ping asked, "I heard that the two of you defeated Xianling Sex Miao Weidong and obtained a magic tool?" Ji Zixuan suddenly became excited and said, "Senior brother Lu, you heard about this too? Looks like the two of us are really going to be famous this time." Lu Ping looked helplessly at Ji Zixuan, who was gloating at the side. Yin Zichu still didn't say a word at the side. Lu Ping asked, "You were beaten so badly just now, why didn't you use a magic tool? If you used it, how could the overturned Seas gang be so arrogant?" Ji Zixuan's face fell when he heard that. He said, "Don't mention it. Once I got the magic tool, I wanted to blood bond with it. Unexpectedly, my arcane energy and divine sense were almost sucked dry by that magic tool. I only managed to blood bond with half of it. In that case, it can't be used to fight the enemy." Senior Sister Qi took it and gave it to a 9th layer blood condensation senior brother to strengthen the sex strength in the 7-star skies. "After we leave the 7-star skies, she will return it to me." Lu Ping nodded and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, it looks like the overturned Seas gang also calculated that Ji Zixuan wouldn't be able to successfully blood bond with the magic tool. That's why they dared to make a move. However, they didn't expect that the magic tool wasn't even on Ji Zixuan. "Fortunately, my arcane energy is deep enough that I barely managed to blood bond with it. If I let someone else blood bond with it before using it, just expelling the other person's arcane energy would take a long time, unless the person who first refined it died." Unlike Lu Ziyuan, who was also one of the 18 generals of the North Sea, Qi Zixai was a rather capable and experienced female cultivator in her 30s. She was tall and skinny and wore a tight-fitting outfit. She had a shrewd face and a strong aura, giving off an aggressive feeling. It was no wonder that she could become the leader of this trip to the 7-star skies. After Qi Zixai finished listening to Ji Zixuan's story, she glanced at the masked Lu Ping and turned to one of the 2 middle-aged men behind her. She said politely, "Senior brother Chao, I'll have to trouble you with this thief from the overturned Seas gang." Senior brother Chao stepped forward expressionlessly, picked up the overturned Seas gang cultivator from the ground, and walked away. Lu Ping had long noticed the 2 middle-aged 9th layer blood condensation cultivators behind Qi Zixai. Although they were both 9th layer blood condensation cultivators, their auras were obscure, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Just as Lu Ping was quietly observing the two with his divine sense, Senior brother Chao suddenly turned to look at Lu Ping and chuckled. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. as if his plan had been seen through by senior brother Chao. When he turned to look again, he saw Qi Zicai and the other middle-aged cultivator looking at Lu Ping with smiles on their faces. Lu Ping knew that his little trick had been seen through and smiled awkwardly. Qi Zicai giggled and said, "A few days ago, I met brother Ai Buitao from West Tomb Island. He told me that junior brother Ai Buitao and brother Ai Buitao's third brother worked together to heavily injure Hai Yin sect's Peng Chongqing. That was how Xianling sect's Ouyang Weijian got the upper hand. The fact that junior brother Lu was able to return to the sect before the Seven Stars Temple opened has greatly increased our sect's strength." Chapter 175. When Lu Ping heard Qi Zicai mention Ouyang Weijian, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. "Junior brother, I've also heard about this Ouyang Weijian several times. It is said that he is a rare genius cultivator of Xianling sect. Since he was able to kill Peng Chongqing, his strength must not be low." Qi Zicai thought for a moment and said, "This person is indeed a genius. He is about the same age as junior brother Yin, but his cultivation has already reached the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. It is said that he is preparing to break through to the 9th layer. His swordsmanship is superb. Junior brother Yin has fought with him before, so you should understand." Yin Zichu's face was expressionless when he heard Qi Zicai's words, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. "This person's swordsmanship is very high. I am not his match. Xianling sect's direct inheritance, the Merry 18 Swords, has already reached the formless wind stage. The last sword, a total of 81 streams of sword light, has already fused together." Lu Ping's face was solemn. Xianling sect's 7 great inheritances, the most important one was the Fuyao art. In the history of Xianling sect, the two Laozu who cultivated to the true spirit level both practiced this set of sword arts. The Merry 18 Swords was the most famous set of this set of sword arts, famous in the North Sea. After listening to Yin Zichu's description of Ouyang Weijian's appearance, Lu Ping was sure that this Ouyang Weijian was the one who fought with Lu Ping and ambushed him in the demon territory. Then Lu Ping asked Qi Zicai about the Jin young master. Qi Zicai's face turned solemn as she glanced at the middle-aged cultivator behind her. She said, "This person should be a core forging monster cultivator with his cultivation sealed. I heard that there's a Taoist master Jin Li in the Monster Sea region, the adopted son of the Golden Jiao Island Lord. I wonder if he's the one." Ji Zishuan also became serious. This person's swordsmanship is even better than Ouyang Weijian's. With his blood condensation realm cultivation, he has forced 2 sealed Taoist masters to leave the 7-star sky. This person rarely fights, but every time he does, he only uses 1 sword. Other than the 2 Taoist masters who were forced to expose their Zhanyuan, no one has survived. Lu Ping naturally wouldn't brag that he had escaped from his sword. Lu Ping had never suffered such a crushing defeat. Lu Ping had never been defeated before. Moreover, Lu Ping had comprehended Lu Ping's realm because Ping, Jin young master, has become Ping's goal. Jin Jiao Lu Ping's Ping. Lu. Qi Zicai noticed the change in Lu Ping's expression and giggled. "I heard junior martial brother has also offended Golden Jiao Island. This time Golden Jiao Island's crocodiles have also arrived at the 7 Stars Palace. The 7 Stars Palace is about to open, so you must be careful." Lu Ping was startled. He thanked her. "Thank you for the reminder, senior sister." At this moment, senior brother Chao, who had left earlier, returned. He nodded at Qi Zicai and said, "I obtained a few places from the Overturned Seas gang. However, this person is just a small fry in the Overturned Seas gang. He doesn't know much." Another middle-aged cultivator behind Qi Zicai said, "We can't just leave this job to our Zhanling sect. We should leak this news to the other sections. I believe there are quite a number of people from the North Sea sects who are interested in the loot that the Overturned Ocean gang has plundered." When Qi Zicai heard this, she said, "Senior brother Sun's words make sense. Let me handle this matter." Right at this moment, a low rumbling sound was heard, and the ground they were standing on started to shake incessantly. Qi Zicai looked in the direction of the sound and said hurriedly, "The 7 Stars Temple is opening. Inform all brothers to hurry to the 7 Stars Temple. We need to get a good position." Junling's group of 20 people rushed in the direction of the sound. Only then did Lu Ping realize that other than Lu Ping, Yin Zichu, and Ji Zixuan, Jinling's group was at the 8th or 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. The 3 7th layer blood condensation realm cultivators were very eye-catching in Jinling's group. A majestic building floated in the middle of the 7 Stars Temple. It looked like a pavilion in the sky. Jinling's group was amazed at the 7 Stars Temple's grandeur. At the same time, they were amazed at how the 7 Stars Temple survived the chaotic battle between the 5 true spirit Laozu. In their hearts, they were even more respectful of the 5 true spirit Laozus. Although the 7 Stars Temple was a single building, it was divided into 7 pavilions. It was the place where the 7 Laozus who established the 7 Stars Temple passed down their teachings. The 7 halls were arranged according to the position of the Big Dipper. They were the eye of a large formation and the core of the 7 Stars Temple. The North Sea sects and many demon cultivators also arrived at the same time as Jinling sect. The cultivators surrounded 7 Stars Palace from a distance of several thousand feet away. Jinling sect had the advantage in numbers, so they had firmly occupied the northeast corner of 7 Stars Palace. After they spread out, they did not stay too far away from each other, forming a simple formation that was quite deep and could communicate with each other, ready to intercept the treasure spewed out from 7 Stars Palace. Xianling sect occupied a spot on the northwest side. Like Jinling, there were many small forces and rogue cultivators gathered around it. Lu Ping saw Ouyang Weijian among them. He was the one who had attacked him before. Ouyang Weijian had a keen sense and immediately noticed that someone was looking at him. He immediately looked in the direction of the gaze and at the same time, swept out with his divine sense. But Lu Ping didn't care. Not to mention, with so many cultivators mixed together, it was impossible for Ouyang Weijian to distinguish Lu Ping's aura. Not to mention that Lu Ping was wearing Yang Xianmu's mask. Sure enough, after a while, Ouyang Weijian retracted his gaze in confusion. But Lu Ping immediately felt a chill on his body, as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast. When he turned his head, he saw that in the south direction, Jin Young Master was looking at Lu Ping with a smile on his face, and a ferocious-looking man next to him was talking to him. Lu Ping fearlessly looked at Jin Young Master, regardless of the other party's identity as a core forging Taoist master. Jin Young Master looked at Lu Ping with appreciation, and then turned to talk to the man next to him. Only then did Lu Ping discover that this ferocious-looking man was the eldest of the 4 original giant crocodiles, who had set up an ambush in the past. He was also the eldest son of the Golden Flood Dragon Island Lord. At this time, this original giant crocodile no longer had a long crocodile mouth, and looked no different from an ordinary person. Apparently, in the past 2 years, it had successfully formed its golden core and completely transformed. Just as Jinling sect was getting ready and the other cultivators were rushing towards the 7 Stars Palace, several cultivators flew over from the side, shouting loudly. Riding on their flying swords, they flew towards the 7 Stars Palace. At the same time, they cast a derisive look at the cultivators who were waiting for the 7 Stars Palace to open. They laughed and mocked the cultivators who were waiting for the 7 Stars Palace to open. Seeing that, many of the Yao cultivators flew into the sky as well, flying towards the 7 Stars Palace. It was as though they were afraid that the treasures would be snatched away by others if they fell behind. Senior Brother Sun, who was standing behind Qi Zicai, sighed and said, "Everywhere is full of these self-righteous guys. It's understandable that the brains of demon cultivators are slow, but why are human cultivators not as smart as demon cultivators?" As soon as Senior Brother Sun's words fell, a burst of screams was heard. When Lu Ping looked over, he only saw many broken arms and bodies falling to the ground. Lu Ping used his spiritual sense to explore the 7 Stars Temple, but did not find any spiritual power fluctuations from the restrictive formation. This is the Great Void Formation. Senior Brother Sun seemed to have noticed Lu Ping's doubts and explained, only the Dharma Realm Laozu would be involved in this field, and the cultivators who arranged this formation must have at least reached the late Dharma Realm, and there must be more than one person. Lu Ping was enlightened, and the shock in his heart could be imagined. Chapter 176. Just at this moment, there was a flash of light in the sky above 7 Stars Palace. The tightly shut doors and windows of the main hall on the Migras throne opened one after another, and the surroundings of the main hall began to shake. This time the Migres hall will be the first to open. Junior Sister Chi, the void formation around the Migres hall has already weakened, and the treasure inside is about to spit out. Tell everyone to prepare. Chi Zitsai heard this and immediately transmitted her voice to Jinling and the others. The other forces of the North Sea, as well as the rogue cultivators, also became nervous. Just as everyone's eyes were fixed on the open doors and windows, Ji Zixuan suddenly nudged Lu Ping and said, "Let's go somewhere else." Seeing Lu Ping's questioning gaze, Ji Zixuan had an expression of exasperation, and said, "Idiot, the three of us came to Seven Stars Palace on our own, and did not represent Jinling. Therefore, our gains in Seven Stars Palace naturally do not need to be handed over to the sect. If we stay in the area controlled by the sect, even if we have any gains, it will be the sect's credit. At most, the sect will give us some rewards." Lu Ping thought about it and felt that it was right. He turned to see Yin Zichu looking at him, so the three of them bade farewell to Chi Zitsai and were about to leave. Chi Zitsai smiled and said, "I knew the three of you were sneaky. Going somewhere else means that you will lose the protection of the sect, and the danger will definitely increase. You have to think about it carefully." Without waiting for Lu Ping and Yin Zichu to react, Ji Zixuan had already said anxiously, "Don't worry, Senior Sister Chi, you should have some understanding of our strength. We are not any weaker than your North Sea 18 generals." Looking at the three people walking out, Chi Zitsai smiled and said, "If I did not have some understanding of your strength, why would I let you go?" Lu Ping and the other two left the area controlled by Jinling, and then changed directions pretending to be rogue cultivators who had just arrived, and mixed in with a group of rogue cultivators in the southwest direction, causing the surrounding rogue cultivators to stare at them covetously. Naturally, Lu Ping and the rest were not bothered by these angry glares. They calmly surveyed their surroundings. This place was not far from Xianling sect's territory, but there were many cultivators in between. The three of them had just stood in a corner, when they heard a muffled woo-woo sound coming from within the Migres hall. 7 items, namely a jade box, a jade bottle, a piece of iron stone, 2 magic weapons, a talisman and a jade scroll, flew out from the Migres hall, flying in all directions. With the exception of the area under the control of the great forces, the other small and medium forces and loose cultivators fell into complete chaos. Several hundred cultivators flew up into the sky to snatch the treasures closest to them. Instantly, a chaotic battle broke out. One of the jade boxes was flying in the direction of Lu Ping and the rest. Just as Lu Ping was flying in the air, there were already more than 10 cultivators around him flying towards the jade box. It was as if the sky suddenly exploded with fireworks. All kinds of spells and magic weapons crisscrossed, immediately turning the surrounding area into a death zone. From time to time, there were heavily injured and dead cultivators screaming as they fell to the ground. Lu Ping's Qinghan sword trembled and unleashed the great river flowing east sword art, which had already reached the level of sword intent. With an unstoppable momentum, Lu Ping's Qinghan sword swept towards the cultivator in front of him. The cultivators in front of him all retreated, not daring to block this boundless sword intent. The cultivators on both sides saw Lu Ping's bravery and rushed forward to attack, but were stopped by Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu. Lu Ping's sword momentum changed. The raging waves hitting the shore sword technique was launched, and the great waves surge up, splashed a bright brilliance in all directions. Some cultivators who knew their stuff finally cried out in alarm. "Sword intent, this is sword intent." Lu Ping didn't care about the surrounding cultivators who cried out in alarm. A stream of water from the cold jade glaze bowl turned into a big hand in the air, snatching the jade box that was flying towards him. Ji Zixuan's anxious voice immediately sounded in his ears. "Quickly go, little Chu and I will hold them off first. We'll meet up in the southeast direction in a while." Lu Ping didn't say anything. The magic cloud under his feet flashed. The cloudy sky had already covered his head, and he sped towards the forest behind him. The cultivators behind him rushed up to stop Lu Ping. Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu fought in the crowd, and the crowd suddenly became chaotic. Lu Ping threw a blood condensation talisman behind him, and a group of ice blades, ice walls, ice blades, ice arrows, giant waves, water dragons, water snakes, water eagles, water ducks, and so on. The group of cultivators following behind Lu Ping were thrown into confusion, and many cultivators were caught off guard and even suffered injuries. When everyone rushed out of the chaos, there was no trace of the red-faced cultivator in front of them. At this time, Lu Ping was still running in the forest, and the 5 cultivators behind him had already shaken off 2 of them, but there were still 3 people still chasing Lu Ping. From their movement techniques and secret communication, Lu Ping figured out that these 3 people should be working closely with each other. These 3 people were obviously proficient in tracking techniques, and their speed was no slower than Lu Ping's magic cloud. Lu Ping looked at the 3 people. One was at the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm, and the other was at the 8th layer. After some thought, he decided to test them. When the 3 people saw that Lu Ping suddenly stopped and faced them, they also slowed down and formed a triangle to surround Lu Ping. Lu Ping calmly said to the 3 people, "The 3 of you are chasing me so closely. Aren't you afraid of missing out on the treasures that will appear when the other star halls open?" The green-faced cultivator in the lead asked sternly, "Where did you get the cold jade glazed bowl in your hands?" The crystal bowl was obtained by Lu Ping after he ambushed the overflowing sea gang's Fury Sea Hall's new hall master, Yuan Shikong. Lu Ping's heart stirred, and he asked seriously, "You are from the overflowing sea gang? So it's you." The big-headed cultivator said coldly, "Speak, who are your accomplices? Did you guys kill junior apprentice brother Yuan Shikong?" The leading cultivator naturally didn't think that this 7th layer blood condensation realm cultivator could kill the 8th layer Yuan Shikong 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the death of the overflowing sea gang's new hall master, Yuan Shikong, was a mystery in the overflowing sea gang. On that day, the rescuers only saw the cultivator who killed Yuan Shikong from afar, riding a demonic bird, and couldn't catch up. Yuan Shikong had a powerful backer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control the Fury Sea Hall at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. Hence, his death caused quite a commotion in the overflowing sea gang. Several of the gang's higher-ups received varying degrees of punishment. Now that the leading cultivator saw the famous cold jade glazed bowl that Yuan Shikong used, he immediately felt that his chance to make a contribution had arrived. As long as he could capture this red-faced cultivator in front of him and figure out the cause of Yuan Shikong's death, he might receive the favor of the big shot behind Yuan Shikong and rise to the top in a single step. Just as the leading cultivator was still thinking about how to capture Lu Ping executed the midstream strike move of the sky-piercing rock sword art. It carried a courageous intent realm as it shot out from the Qinghan sword in Lu Ping's hand, aimed at the leading cultivator's eyes. The leading cultivator's eyes were blinded by the sword intent contained in Lu Ping's dazzling sword light. The leading cultivator knew that Lu Ping had grasped sword intent, so he didn't dare to be careless. He used a top-grade magic artifact to block Lu Ping's sword light. At the same time, a giant seashell appeared above his head, protecting him. Lu Ping had made up his mind to kill the 3 of them. Otherwise, if news of this got out, he would have to constantly be on guard against the overturned sea sect's ambush. At the same time, Lu Ping didn't want to miss the opening of the other star halls. The leading cultivator blocked Lu Ping's sword, but he was forced back several feet. At this moment, 2 more cultivators rushed over to support him. The cultivator on the left felt a shadow above his head. A giant green bird swooped down, a pair of iron claws already aiming for his head. The cultivator on the left turned to avoid Lu Qin's iron claws, but he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet loosen. His waist had already sunk into the ground. The cultivator's protective chi of vigor trembled, and he was about to leap up when Lu Qin's beak was already pecking at his eyeballs. The cultivator couldn't dodge in time and could only tilt his head to the side. Lu Qin's vigor barrier was pecked through, tearing a large piece of flesh from the cultivator's shoulder. The cultivator cried out in pain, and waved his hand to hit the celestial artifact in his hand at Lu Qin. However, he didn't know when, but a tortoise had actually flown into the air. The celestial artifact hit the tortoise's shell, and sparks flew. At this moment, the 2 legs that were sunk into the ground suddenly hurt, as if they were bitten by something. The cultivator was shocked and jumped up again, but he felt another pain on his buttocks. When the cultivator jumped up into the air, he fell straight down. His face kept changing between blue, white, and his body was stiff, but he kept trembling and his eyes were wide open. Just when the cultivator on the left was beaten to the last breath by the tacit cooperation of Lu Ping's 6 spiritual pets, the attack from the cultivator on the right had already been blocked by the cloudy sky above Lu Ping's head. The cultivator on the right didn't have time to retract his celestial artifact. A small and exquisite silver jade seal in the shape of Linglong suddenly flew up from the top of Lu Ping's head. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 3 Zhang 3 Qi, and 3 Xian large seal. 2 domineering words were engraved at the bottom of the seal. Landslide. This was the first time Lu Ping used landslide to defend against an enemy after upgrading it to a top-grade celestial artifact. The landslide that was enhanced by a top-grade level 2 mutated spiritual material, deep-sea silver iron, finally revealed its brutal attacking style in front of the enemy. Landslide struck down, and the cultivator's flying sword was knocked away. The defensive crystal shield shattered, and the cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. However, before the cultivator could defend himself, landslide had already struck down a second time. Under the cultivator's fearful gaze, the protective aura around him burst like a bubble, and a human meat patty appeared on the ground. It seemed slow, but it happened very quickly. In the time it took for the leading cultivator to retreat and attack Lu Ping, his 2 8th-layer blood condensation subordinates had already died. The leading cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. He stopped in his tracks and immediately retreated. His face was filled with fear. However, how could Lu Ping allow him to leave so easily? The cold jade-glazed bowl spat out a water pillar, forming a water net in the direction he was retreating. At the same time, another water pillar shot out from the bowl and wrapped around the Qinghan sword in midair. The Qinghan sword was like a sharp horn on the head of the water dragon, and it charged towards the leading cultivator. Chapter 177. Lu Ping took a big detour and sprinted towards the southeast direction. The cut on his arm had already stopped bleeding. Lu Ping changed out of his torn clothes. Otherwise, when he reached the southeast direction and was seen by other cultivators, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. Lu Ping swallowed a spirit recovery pill and held 2 mid-grade spirit stones in his hands. He quickly recovered the little transcendence energy left in his body. He didn't expect the cultivator leading the charge from the overturned ocean sect to be so difficult to deal with. Just as Lu Ping used the Green Serpent Ocean Disturbance Sword technique and attacked the leading cultivator with all his might, he saw the leading cultivator wrap his protective mystic instrument behind his back and smash the water net into pieces. At the same time, the cultivator muttered an incantation, and all the transcendence energy in his body surged into his tightly clenched right hand. He ignored the water serpent that was rushing towards him. Lu Ping's heart trembled and he was secretly on guard to prevent any accidents from happening. Just as the water serpent destroyed the cultivator's protective chi of vigor, a ray of light suddenly exploded from the cultivator's hand. The cultivator opened his hand and an inch-sized red bead suddenly flew towards Lu Ping. It smashed the water serpent into a pool of stagnant water and sent the Qinghan sword flying. Before Lu Ping could react, the red bead had already arrived above Lu Ping. Countless red threads extended from the red bead and wrapped around Lu Ping. Lu Ping barely managed to raise the Qinghan sword and slashed at the red threads. However, he discovered that these red threads were wisps of light and had no substance. The threads tightly wrapped around Lu Ping and he was unable to move. Lu Ping said bitterly, "It's actually a transcendent artifact?" The leading cultivator's face was pale and covered in cold sweat. However, he laughed proudly and said, "I didn't think the scarlet afterglow bead I took from another cultivator would have such power. Humph, if I knew you were so difficult to deal with, I would have used the scarlet afterglow bead right from the start. My 2 junior brothers wouldn't have died. However, as long as I can capture you, everything will be worth it." The cultivator paused and took a deep breath before saying, "Right now, I am the knife and you are the meat on the chopping block. If you tell us who killed you on Shirkong, we can spare your life after crippling your cultivation. If you don't tell us, we might have to let you have a taste of our sect's high-grade cultivator's soul-searching technique." Seeing the complacent expression on the cultivator's face, Lu Ping's eyes gradually turned cold. He said, "Do you think you can defeat me just like that?" The cultivator was stunned. "What?" A huge pestle suddenly appeared in the air and smashed towards the scarlet afterglow bead above Lu Ping's head. The scarlet afterglow bead wailed and quickly retracted the threads it spat out. The threads wrapped around the scarlet afterglow bead and slowly fell to the ground like a ball of yarn. Just as the medicinal pestle struck down the scarlet afterglow bead, there was a poo sound. The cultivator's ears, eyes, nostrils, and mouth all began to bleed. This was a sign that his divine sense and magic power had simultaneously suffered heavy damage. The leading cultivator pointed a trembling finger at Lu Ping. His face was full of disbelief. "You actually have an arcane artifact? You can actually wield a transcendent artifact? How is this possible?" The Qinghan sword flashed past, and the cultivator's head flew into the air. Lu Ping's face was deathly pale from using a transcendent artifact. He mumbled, "Who said a 7th-layer blood condensation cultivator can't wield a transcendent artifact?" Lu Ping collected the 3 cultivator storage pouches, then picked up the scarlet afterglow bead on the ground and put it into his storage ring. Ignoring the weakness in his body caused by the excessive arcane energy consumption, he quickly left the area. Lu Ping found a secluded spot and released all his spiritual pets to stand guard. He quickly sat down and meditated to recover 20% of his spiritual energy. Then, he gulped down 2 mouthfuls of the 1,000-spirit wine that he had been saving for a long time before heading southeast. By the time he reached the southeast side, he had already recovered 40% of his arcane energy. The Alioth Hall had already been opened, and the cultivators on the battlefield had just experienced a chaotic battle. Lu Ping scanned the area with his divine sense, but he didn't find Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu. The 2 of them were either protecting Lu Ping from being chased, or they had snatched the treasure spat out by the Alioth Hall and were hiding from the pursuers. Lu Ping took this opportunity to continue to recover his arcane energy. At the same time, his divine sense scanned the storage ring and checked his harvest. Although he had missed the opening of the Alioth Hall, he had obtained a magic treasure, the Scarlet Afterglow bead, from the hands of the Overflowing Seas gang. This might be more precious than the treasures in the Alioth Hall. Lu Ping's divine sense probed into the Scarlet Afterglow bead. There was only one mysterious and complicated restriction, which meant that the Scarlet Afterglow bead had only been refined with 1 treasure restriction. It was no wonder that it had been knocked to the ground by a single strike from the medicinal pestle. There were 2 treasured restrictions within the medicinal pestle, even though both treasured restrictions were the same. The jade box in the Migres Hall, Lu Ping had already checked it on the way here. The things inside made Lu Ping speechless. A total of 36 golden nuts. Lu Ping had just obtained a golden nut fruit tree, and there were still 20 ripe fruits on it. Luckily, although the effect of the golden nuts to strengthen the body was the best at the beginning, the effect became less obvious as time went by, but there was still some effect. At least with these 36 fruits, Lu Ping would not have to wait another 100 years. It was just that Lu Ping did not know that if there was a Dharma Laozu present, and he heard Lu Ping's thoughts, he would definitely stretch out 2 fingers and strangle him to death. So many Laozu scoured the world in search of elixirs to strengthen the body, but Lu Ping actually thought that there were too many of them. However, the jade box was a good treasure. The golden nuts had been in the jade box for at least tens of thousands of years, but the golden nuts were still perfectly preserved. The medicinal power and moisture inside did not decrease in the slightest. Even the jade essence bottle that was used to store Dharma elixirs did not have this kind of effect after being sealed with the spirit sealing talisman. As the cultivators waited expectantly, another part of the void array around the 7 Stars Hall was destroyed, and a rumbling sound was heard. This time it was the Divine Pivot Hall that opened. However, of the 7 treasures that were spat out, none of them were heading towards Lu Ping. The one closest to Lu Ping was several tens of feet away. By the time Lu Ping arrived, many of the cultivators who were fighting had already fled to the periphery. From time to time there would be cultivators dying, and the treasure would also change hands a few times. In the end, no one knew where it ended up. Lu Ping was alone, and the dermic powers in his body had not recovered, so he did not dare to participate in such a chaotic battle, and could only give up. The 4th opening was the Divine Pivot Hall. Lu Ping, who had recovered 70% of his dermic powers, decided to participate and fish in troubled waters. It was a pill furnace that was heading towards the area where Lu Ping was. Lu Ping's eyes lit up, and he secretly praised his good luck. However, as soon as the pill furnace appeared, Lu Ping was not the only one who went crazy. Since the opening of the 7 Stars Hall, all the magic tools that appeared were high-grade and below. Even if they were high-grade magic tools, most of them had special functions. Otherwise, even if the 7 Laozi reluctantly accepted it, which disciple would be shameless enough to give it to them? Therefore, the grade of this pill furnace was at least high-grade, and even if it was a high-grade pill furnace, its value was equivalent to a magic treasure. Lu Ping decided to take the cauldron by force. As his alchemy skills improved day by day, the Ajurasia halting pellet, golden resilience pellet, and other medicinal pellets that were almost equivalent to half-step core forging realm medicinal pellets, his original mid-grade cauldron was no longer enough. Lu Ping swung his Qing Han sword, and 81 sword rays shot out, indiscriminately slashing at the crowd of cultivators who were fighting for the pill furnace. Lu Ping changed several sword techniques in a row, and he even used the blood condensation spirit dissolving fist sword that he had practiced during the blood refining realm. It was a sword technique that was at the level of sword intent. Lu Ping swung his sword 9 times in a row, and when the 9th sword thrust out, the sword rays in the sky changed. The 81 sword rays instantly split into 162 sword rays. Lu Ping's swordsmanship had improved again. Chapter 178. Lu Ping thrust his sword out 9 times in a row. The sword rays filled the sky like a galaxy falling from the heavens, killing 3 and severely injuring 5 of the 8 people fighting around the cauldron. One had to know that those who dared to fight for the cauldron were all at least in the 8th or 9th layer blood condensation realm. Which one of them didn't have their eyes and ears sharp enough to scan their surroundings with their divine sense? The 8 people who were fighting fiercely for the cauldron suddenly retreated, causing the surrounding cultivators to slow down. Lu Ping took advantage of the fact that everyone was still wary of him and put the cauldron into his storage ring, then turned and ran. The cultivators who finally reacted shouted and chased after Lu Ping. There were also many cultivators in front of Lu Ping to block him. Whirlwinds formed one after another in Lu Ping's hands. When the 7th whirlwind was formed, a layer of blue water light spread out from the whirlwinds, turning the 7 whirlwinds into 7 water tornadoes that pierced the sky. 3 of the 7 water tornadoes opened up a path in front, while the other 4 tornadoes wreaked havoc behind them. This was the head of the Jinling 4 spirits, Water Spirit Enlightened Master, Lu Xuanling's 7th layer core forging realm talisman. Nearly 100 cultivators who were chasing after Lu Ping were thrown into a complete mess. When the water tornadoes disappeared, Lu Ping was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ping was hiding in a cave that he had asked De Bao to dig out beforehand, secretly laughing to himself. Why did Lu Ping use Lu Xuanling's water tornado talisman without any hesitation? One must know that Lu Xuanling's talisman was extremely precious. Even a core forging realm enlightened master would be severely injured under Lu Ping's sneak attack with the water tornado. Lu Ping put the cauldron into his storage ring, and immediately realized that it was a top-grade cauldron. What did a top-grade cauldron mean? As one of the top sects in the North Sea, the Jinling sect only had 3 top-grade cauldrons. In the entire North Sea, only Xianling sect had an advanced artifact cauldron. Lu Ping made a prompt decision and used the water spout to quickly leave the battlefield. He wanted to make sure that the red-faced cultivator disappeared from everyone's sight before the cultivators who had come into contact with the pill furnace spread the news. Lu Ping stayed in the cave for 2 hours. Under the combined effects of the spirit-recovering pill, spirit-recovering pill, spirit-raising pill, spirit-raising pill, spirit stone, thousand spirit wine, spirit-gathering praying mat, and the psychic jade pendant, he finally recovered the remaining 30% of his transcendence energy to 70%. Lu Ping turned around again and headed north. At this time, another star hall had opened, but he didn't know which one it was. Just as Lu Ping took a detour and crossed a low grassy slope, 2 rays of light suddenly flew in Lu Ping's direction one after another. Lu Ping quickly hid behind a tree. After thinking for a while, Lu Ping really didn't have confidence in his invisibility technique. So he grabbed De Bao with one hand and disappeared into the ground with the other. Hee little brother, where are you going? Why don't you follow me back to my cave abode and we can be husband and wife for a few days? Isn't that great? When Lu Ping heard this, he knew that the one chasing him was most likely a demon cultivator. Only a female demon cultivator would speak so unscrupulously. Shameless female demon, why don't you take a mirror and look at yourself? You're just an ugly freak. Catch me if you can. Lu Ping had a strange expression on his face. This was clearly AI Shu Tao's voice. He didn't expect this little brother to be teased by the female demon. AI Shu Tao's ugly freak seemed to have hit the female demon's weak point. The female demon roared and seemed to have activated some kind of secret technique. AI Shu Tao cried out in surprise. Then a series of ping ping pang pang sounds could be heard. Clearly the battle was quite intense. When Lu Ping heard the two fighting, he didn't rush out. Although AI Shu Tao lacked battle experience with his cultivation, he should be able to hold on for a while. As the two walked forward, the shockwaves from their battle had already reached the ground. Lu Ping's divine sense was still able to see through the thick layer of soil, but he could still see the two clearly. Lu Ping was stunned again. That female demon was also someone he knew. It was none other than the third of the 4 primordial giant crocodiles. This fellow was still dressed in red, but its face was still covered. It was probably because it hadn't completed its transformation. However, its aura was strong. It was clearly at the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. AI Shu Tao was no match for it. He was being suppressed by the female crocodile. If not for the fact that the female crocodile was playing a game of cat and mouse, AI Shu Tao would have already been killed by her. AI Shu Tao could clearly see that the female crocodile was toying with him. The female crocodile giggled and said, "Ayaya, little big brother is angry. If little big brother gives the jade slip that flew out of the arcade hall to me, then I will let you go. What do you say?" The female crocodile's tone was gentle, but when Lu Ping thought of the crocodile that hadn't transformed, he broke out in a cold sweat. As expected, AI Shu Tao scolded, "Shameless female demon, ugly freak, rotten tomato. Kill me if you can." The female crocodile was enraged by her scolding. She said in a sinister voice, "I originally planned to be your husband and wife for a few days. Since you want to die so much, it just so happens that I don't have much appetite these few days." AI Shu Tao's face turned pale. He could only grit his teeth and attack the female crocodile with all his might. The female crocodile saw that AI Shu Tao's attacks were disorderly and panicked. It was obvious that her mind was in chaos. Just as the female crocodile saw an opening in AI Shu Tao and was prepared to take him down, thinking of torturing him for a few days after the 7-star skies closed, a sword beam suddenly burst out from the ground and slashed at the female crocodile's abdomen. The female crocodile didn't expect that there was a person hiding under her feet. In a panic, she only had time to release her protective aura. At the same time, the clothes on the surface of her body were quickly torn, and scales shining with golden light covered her abdomen. Although the female crocodile's protective aura wasn't weak, it still couldn't withstand Lu Ping's full-powered attack with a top-grade mystic instrument. The protective aura around the female crocodile was shattered, and the 128 sword auras pierced into the female crocodile's abdomen, which was the weakest part. Even with the protection of the scales, there were still numerous small wounds on her abdomen, from which blood was gushing out. "It's you. I remember you. That day my 4th brother died because he chased after you. You killed my 4th brother." The female crocodile was injured by Lu Ping's sword and immediately recognized Lu Ping. After all, he could take the attack of the primordial giant crocodile and escape successfully. Therefore, Lu Ping still attracted the attention of others that day. The female crocodile remembered his aura, so she still recognized Lu Ping even with the mask covering him. Lu Ping's face darkened. When the female crocodile was about to cry for help, suddenly a mass of water surged from the ground, turning into various water scorpions, water centipedes, water leeches, water lice, and water spiders, and went to the mouth of the female crocodile. Lu Ping's water control tactics had been practiced to the point of perfection, which surprised the female crocodile and made her shut her mouth. Lu Ping used spring water flows east, from the Great River East sword tactics, to cut the female crocodile's head. The female crocodile pulled out a whip from nowhere and shook her hand to create 72 whip shadows, which entangled on Lu Ping's sword lights. Although it couldn't annihilate all the sword lights, it made Lu Ping's Qinghan sword deviate and cut on his shoulder, breaking the scales and cutting off a layer of flesh. The female crocodile groaned in pain and turned to escape. However, AI Shu Tao had circled behind her and formed a sharp trident with 6 Dharma artifacts, which stabbed into the female crocodile's face. The female crocodile finally couldn't hold on any longer. The green mist covering her face was slowly dissipating, But Lu Ping's Qinghan sword had already swept past, and the huge crocodile's head flew up and fell to the ground. Lu Ping's divine sense swept over, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any traces of the condensed blood bead. He could only wave his hand and put the crocodile's corpse away. After a demonic cultivator died, they would have to return to their original form. This crocodile did have a storage pouch, but there weren't any Dharma treasures that Lu Ping was hoping for. He thought about it and realized that he was too greedy. Dharma treasures were rare and precious. Just look at how Jinling's group of 20 people only obtained 2 Dharma treasures. Lu Ping now had 2 Dharma treasures on him, so why wouldn't he be satisfied? When Ai Shutao saw that Lu Ping had killed the primordial giant crocodile, he immediately jumped in front of Lu Ping and said excitedly, "Big brother Lu, when the Arcade Palace opened, I obtained a jade slip. Let's take a look at what's recorded inside." Lu Ping helplessly looked at the jade slip in front of him and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll steal your jade slip and kill you to silence you?" Ai Shutao had a carefree expression and said, "Then you're not Big brother Lu." Lu Ping's divine sense swept over and said unhappily, "The jade slip is sealed with divine sense. I can't read it now. I'll let your elders see it when we get home and I'll tell you." Oh. Ai Shutao was a little dejected as he put the jade slip back into his storage belt. He only cared about snatching the jade slip and running away. He didn't know that the jade slip was sealed with divine sense. In the distance, a few streaks of light flashed and flew towards Lu Ping and Ai Shutao. Lu Ping said, "Your big brother and the others are here." But in his heart he secretly cursed. Why is this big brother always one step late? When Ai Shutao saw Lu Ping appear and saw the pool of blood on the ground, how could he not know what had happened? He hurriedly said, "This time, brother Lu has helped us a lot. This little brother is really sorry. I didn't expect that one of the 2 primordial giant crocodiles had already advanced to the core forging stage. We attacked with all our might, but we could only block the core forging giant crocodile that hadn't used its full strength." Lu Ping saw that there were fewer people behind Ai Buatao than before. He recalled the words of the cultivators from the Overflowing Seas gang, who had ambushed Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu. Lu Ping asked, "Brother Ai, did you encounter an attack from the Overflowing Seas gang?" Ai Buatao's expression darkened. "Yes. We lost a few brothers and there are still a few who are hiding and recuperating. However, the Overflowing Seas gang didn't gain any advantage. We killed 3 or 4 of them, and heavily injured 5 or 6 of them." Lu Ping thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, "After the 7 Stars Temple opens, Brother Ai, you can contact Senior Sister Qi from my sect. Perhaps the sects of the North Sea will launch an operation against the Overflowing Seas gang." Ai Buatao swung his arm down forcefully and said fiercely, "That's great. I've wanted to take care of these ghost-like fellows for a long time. However, the members of the Overflowing Seas gang are very scattered. They're scattered among the many loose cultivators, so it's hard to distinguish them. Does your sect's Senior Sister Qi have any way of finding their secret gathering point?" Lu Ping shook his head. This little brother doesn't know. Chapter 179. Lu Ping discreetly asked Ai Buatao, "Brother Ai, I heard from Brother Shu Tao that 5 of the 7 Stars temples have been opened, and there are already 35 treasures that have their own owners. How are the various forces around the temples?" Ai Buatao said helplessly, 7 Stars Temple is surrounded by all kinds of people. Other than the big sects like Xianling sect and your sect, it's very difficult for other sects to occupy a stable place in 7 Stars Temple. I heard that Xianling sect and your sect each obtained 4 treasures. Later, your sect's 2 heroes, Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu, snatched a treasure from the east side of the 7 Stars Temple. They were chased by people and had to run all the way to the area controlled by your sect before they were safe. So your sect has obtained 5 treasures. Lu Ping heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu were safe. Although Lu Ping knew that their combined strength wasn't any weaker than a 9th-layer blood condensation realm expert, he couldn't guarantee his own safety in a chaotic battle. Lu Ping saw Ai Buatao's envious expression and said, "Didn't Brother Shu Tao also get a treasure? After all, there are only 49 treasures in the 7 Stars Temple." Ai Buatao heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's right. My West Hill Island's AI clan is only a medium-sized force in the North Sea. To be able to obtain a treasure is already a stroke of good fortune, not to mention that there are demon clan forces that are not any weaker than the North Sea sects. Lu Ping heard this and said, "It seems that those monster cultivators also got a lot of treasures." Ai Buatao solemnly said, "Yes, of the 35 treasures, 15 or 16 have fallen into the hands of the monster cultivators. Especially that Jin Young master who took 3, and the Golden Flood Dragon Island's primordial giant crocodile also got 2. This time, he was eyeing the jade slip that third brother obtained and sent his third sister to snatch it. If it wasn't for brother Lu's help, the consequences would be unimaginable." Lu Ping said, "Most of the other treasures also fell into the hands of the large forces?" Ai Buatao shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. There were also a few lucky rogue cultivators and demonic cultivators who obtained treasures. I'm afraid they're either being chased or hiding and waiting for the 7-star Sky Palace to close. There are also many rumors around the 7 Stars Hall. One moment it said that someone obtained a treasure, and the next moment it said that someone also obtained a treasure. In the end, only 35 treasures have appeared, and 70 or 80 people have obtained treasures." Lu Ping secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. After all, many treasures would change hands several times in a chaotic battle. No one could say for sure who had taken the treasures. After bidding farewell to Ai Buatao and the rest, Lu Ping headed north. This area was located in the center of Jinling and Xianling sects' territories. It couldn't be helped. After all, almost half of the 7 Stars Temple's territory was occupied by the demonic cultivators. The Jade Temple rumbled and was about to open. Lu Ping quietly walked to the north, keeping an appropriate distance from the vigilant cultivators around him. Lu Ping looked around and found that Xianling sect's Ouyang Weijian was also among the cultivators. It seems that this person also has the same idea as Lu Ping and the other two. Lu Ping's arrival also attracted Ouyang Weijian's attention, but Lu Ping's mask and spirit concealment technique made Ouyang Weijian just glanced at him casually and didn't pay attention to him. By then, the number of cultivators surrounding the 7 Stars Palace had been reduced by half. With the exception of those who had died in the chaotic battle, the remaining cultivators had already begun a battle within the 7 Stars Palace. Additionally, there was no telling just how many dangers were lurking outside the 7 Stars Palace, where divine sense could not reach. The 7 treasures of the Jade Palace flew in all directions. The northeast direction where Jinling sect was located was obviously not very lucky this time. None of the 7 treasures were aimed at Jinling sect, but Xianling sect got a golden talisman without much effort, but they didn't know what it was used for. Lu Ping and the others were also in a good direction. A fist-sized silver-gray stone flew over, but obviously, Ouyang Weijian's position was better. "Space stone, it's space stone. Take it. Watch my sword. Get lost." Lu Ping didn't expect it to be space stone. This is a necessary material for refining spatial artifacts. Although it's not as precious as heaven and earth spirit treasures, but because of its special effect, cultivators generally call this kind of treasure as a heaven and earth strange object. Its value is comparable to a top-grade spiritual material that has lost its spirituality. According to Lu Ping's knowledge, the myriad poison paste in his hand is a kind of heaven and earth strange object. Chen Lian once told Lu Ping that ordinary interspatial pouches could be crafted with space dark stone powder. Even the exquisite interspatial pouches used by blood condensation realm cultivators only use space dark stone powder. Larger space dark stones could be used to craft high-grade spatial mystic instruments such as storage bracelets or rings. But this fist-sized space dark stone didn't even appear in Chen Lian's description of it. In other words, this space stone could be used to create a large-scale spatial artifact like the 1000-bell millet in Lu Ping's hand. Usually, such large-scale spatial artifacts are made by Dharma manifestation realm cultivators like Lao Tzu. Ouyang Weijian obviously knew the value of such a large space stone. Before he made his move, several cultivators had already made their moves to snatch it. Ouyang Weijian wasn't in a hurry to join the fray. Instead, he slowly shifted his position. Lu Ping could see clearly that Ouyang Weijian's position would ensure that after he snatched the space stone, he would quickly break through the encirclement of Xianling sect. The corner of Lu Ping's mouth twitched. From his current position, it was impossible for him to snatch the space stone. unless he had the confidence to deal with 30 to 40 mid and late blood condensation realm cultivators surrounding him. However, Lu Ping was confident that he could make a mess of the situation if he made a move. He thrust his sword out, graceful, swift, and untraceable. Oning Weijian made his move. His sword turned into an invisible gust of wind, causing those who saw it to unconsciously choose to ignore it. The key to the merry 18 swords. Fast. Accurate. Invisible. Different from most other sword intent realms, Xianling Sect's swordsmanship standard to achieve sword intent was not complex sword training, but return to one. For most of the cultivators who practice swordsmanship, after reaching the realm of sword intent, the first step was sword refinement to complexity. The 81 sword lights would be divided into 162 sword lights, and then 1296 sword lights, reaching the highest level of sword refinement to complexity. Then they would begin to combine the sword lights into one, achieving the realm of sword refinement as one. Xianling Sect's swordsmanship required the cultivator to first combine the 81 sword energies into one, then the 162 sword energies into one, all the way until the 1296 sword energies were combined into one, directly achieving the state of unity of sword and practice. The former was relatively easy to progress in the complex sword training realm, but it was extremely difficult to achieve the unity of sword training realm. The latter was extremely difficult to achieve every breakthrough, but it lowered the threshold of the unity of sword training realm. It was hard to tell which was better. Chapter 180. As for the power of the two swordsmanship realms, they each had their own emphasis. Xianling Sect's swordsmanship focused on its destructive power. As long as the sword hit its target, the defensive mystic artifact would be under a lot of pressure, but at the same time the opponent would be able to easily defend and dodge. On the other hand, the complicate swordsmanship realm allowed one to unleash hundreds of sword rays in a battle, making it impossible to defend against. However, because the sword rays were scattered, the power of the swordsmanship would decrease. In Ouyang Weijian's hand was a top-grade magical artifact, the flowing wind sword. He rapidly thrust out 12 times. The first 4 strikes were unexpected, and the 4 cultivators fighting for the dark space stone were all killed. Because everyone was prepared for the next 4 strikes, only one of them died due to his lack of strength. The other 3 cultivators' high-grade defensive magical artifacts were either knocked away or shattered, and all 3 of them were injured. When the last 4 strikes were thrust out, the cultivators fighting for the dark space stone all retreated, not daring to block the sharpness of this person. Ouyang Weijian let out a long laugh as he reached out to grab the nether space stone in the center. Just as he was about to touch the nether space stone, a layer of snow-white waves suddenly surged up from behind Ouyang Weijian. 182 swordfish merrily jumped in the waves, biting towards Ouyang Weijian. Someone's sneak attack. Why is there a hint of mockery in such a thick murderous aura? Not good. This person's swordsmanship has reached the realm of sword intent. In an instant, these 3 thoughts flashed through Ouyang Weijian's mind. He didn't have time to grab the sky stone in his hand. He swung his flowing wind sword behind him, and like an immortal walking across the river, he stabbed the 128 swordfish down. Ouyang Weijian turned around and looked in the direction of the sneak attack. To his surprise, there was no trace of the attacker, only a huge wave crashing down on him. Not good, this person has reached the realm of the dual realms of weapon and technique. I only destroyed the sword intent and neglected the spell. Ouyang Weijian didn't have time to think. 2 wing-shaped mystic artifacts suddenly stretched out from his back. The feathers on the wings were black and shiny, like daggers protecting Ouyang Weijian. Unexpectedly, the magical power that was supporting the huge wave suddenly withdrew, and the 30-feet-high water suddenly turned into a waterfall, drenching Ouyang Weijian like a drowned rat. Ouyang Weijian didn't expect that the attacker would use such a prank. Didn't he want to kill him? Why was his killing intent so strong? That's right, that sense of ridicule. Not good, I've fallen into a trap. Ouyang Weijian's reaction could not be said to be slow. He turned around and thrust his sword towards the dark space stone. His magic power surged, and the moment he turned around, the water vapor on his body evaporated. Ouyang Weijian immediately returned to his previous carefree state. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The sound was not loud, but the penetrating power was extremely strong. Ouyang Weijian's sword had finally blocked the sneak attacker. The sneak attacker's ultimate goal was the space stone. "It's you." After Ouyang Weijian turned around, the sneak attacker finally revealed himself. However, how could the red mask conceal the inexplicable familiarity between the two? A silver-gray stone streaked across the sky, flying towards the area controlled by Jinling. Lu Ping had already calculated Ouyang Weijian's every move the moment he thrust his sword towards the space dark stone. He knew that Ouyang Weijian would guard the space dark stone tightly in case of an ambush. Hence, when Ouyang Weijian turned around and thrust his sword towards the space dark stone, Lu Ping took advantage of the situation. The azure sword and flowing wind sword clashed, and at the same time, Lu Ping also diverted the space dark stone's trajectory. By the time everyone reacted, they saw the sky above Jinling suddenly rise. The space stone was swept down and fell into the hands of a capable female cultivator. At the same time, the female cultivator waved her hand. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding cultivators were confused by the two's tyrannical swordsmanship and the dramatic loss of the space stone. Lu Ping didn't dare to stay for long in a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. When he saw Qi Zicai wave her hand, he knew that Qi Zicai would come to his aid. Before the other cultivators could react, his sword transformed into a torrent, creating a river in the crowd. He met up with the Jinling cultivators who came to his aid and returned to the area controlled by Jinling. On the other side, Ouyang Weijian didn't stop either. He transformed into a cool breeze, flowing through the crowd of cultivators. Everyone tried to block him, but they couldn't catch his figure. Only two curling voices echoed in the air. "Jinling Lu Ping, there will be a battle between you and me. Anytime." Lu Ping returned to the area controlled by Jinling and arrived in front of senior sister Qi Zicai. Qi Zicai didn't say anything. Senior brother Chao, who had been following behind her, looked at Lu Ping with a gloomy expression. Suddenly 2 words jumped out of his mouth: "Very good." Qi Zicai giggled and said, "Senior brother Chao rarely praises people." Senior brother Chao didn't respond, but Qi Zicai didn't mind. Obviously, she knew senior brother Chao's character. Lu Ping was very sure that senior brother Chao and senior brother Sun, who had been following behind Qi Zicai, were the 2 core forging Taoist masters who had sealed the cultivators. Therefore, Lu Ping didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, "Senior brother Chao, you flatter me." Lu Ping looked around and didn't see Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu, so he quickly asked Qi Zicai. Qi Zicai said, "It's really unfortunate." The 2 of them saw that the treasure of Jade Palace didn't come to the area controlled by the sect. They felt that they couldn't help, so they left first. Just as they left, you sent this dark space stone over. Senior brother Sun on the side also said, "This dark space stone is so huge. I'm afraid that our sect's Laozu will be interested in it. Being able to get this stone is mainly due to junior brother Lu's contribution. When the time comes, Laozu might get a reward." Lu Ping didn't care about the reward of this dark space stone. After all, without Qi Zicai and the others' help, Lu Ping was afraid that it would be difficult for him to get away. Besides, the sect's reward was nothing for Lu Ping's current net worth. But when he heard that his sect's Laozu might get a reward, Lu Ping's heart was still burning. Laozu's reward was the best of the best. After saying goodbye to Qi Zicai and the others, only Mizar Palace had not been opened yet. Lu Ping decided to go out and try his luck. This time Lu Ping came to the east. This place was very close to the demon cultivator's forces. A few hundred feet away from Lu Ping was the area occupied by Jin Young Master and his men. The primordial giant crocodile had already occupied another area with his men. Naturally, they wanted to get more treasures from the Qixing Palace. When Lu Ping arrived, he had already received news that the mystic armor-like treasures that the 7 Stars Palace spat out were mostly mystic treasures. Only a few of them were top-grade mystic treasures, and some of them even had the potential to be upgraded into mystic treasures. There was even a top-grade cauldron that was taken by a rogue cultivator, and was now being hunted down. Lu Ping naturally knew who the rogue cultivator who had obtained a top-level pill furnace was, but since he was being chased, Lu Ping was naturally very happy. It would be best if that person had already been killed, and the pill furnace had fallen into the hands of someone else. On the way here, Lu Ping was afraid of attracting the attention of Jin Young Master, So he took off the mask on his face. To be honest, although Lu Ping was eager to fight with Jin Young Master, but Lu Ping was very clear that he was far from being Jin Young Master's opponent. Not to mention the cultivation level of core forging stage. Even if he couldn't display his full strength in the Qixing Palace, he could still casually throw out more than 500 sword lights. This level of swordsmanship was far from what Lu Ping could achieve. Several items made a sharp whistling sound in the sky, shooting in all directions. Unfortunately, the position where Lu Ping was located was once again empty. Lu Ping could clearly see that this time, there was a jade bottle flying in the direction of Jinling, and inside it should be a medicinal pill, while Xianling Sek's direction was empty. It seemed that this time, excluding the treasures that Lu Ping, Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu had obtained, Jinling had obtained 6 treasures, which was one more than Xianling Sek's. When the Star Hall opened for the last time, the number of cultivators left in the surroundings was only more than half of the original number. After Mizar Hall opened, more than half of the cultivators who were fighting had left. Lu Ping was just about to turn around and leave, when suddenly his whole body trembled. Something's wrong. Mizar Hall had only spat out 6 treasures this time. How could it be missing one? Previously, everyone was used to the situation of 7 treasures flying out of the 7 Stars Hall at the same time, and after the treasures flew out, the cultivators only cared about whether there were treasures flying in their direction, and ignored the treasures flying in other directions. Naturally, it was impossible for them to know how many treasures had been spat out from the Star Hall. Lu Ping turned around and looked around, and sure enough, he found that many cultivators had become vigilant. Obviously, they were also aware of this problem, but no one would say it out loud so as not to attract the cultivators who had left. At this moment, Mizang Hall seemed as if it was choked by too much food. Suddenly there was a loud noise, as if someone was coughing violently. Then 12 round pearls, each 3 inches in size, shot out from Mizang Hall towards the direction between Lu Ping and the Jin Young Master. The appearance of the 12 pearls seemed to have suddenly ignited the enthusiasm of the nearby cultivators, and the strangely calm atmosphere suddenly boiled with blood. No matter if their cultivations were high or low, no matter if they were close by or far away, no matter if they were old or young, after experiencing the disappointment of not obtaining anything from the opening of Mizar Hall, everyone took these 12 pearls as their last chance, and they wanted to take a gamble. The east side of the 7 Stars Hall suddenly turned into a chaotic battlefield, and there were many cultivators who had not left from other directions. All the cultivators could do was to attack everyone around them, and at the same time try to protect themselves as much as possible. Everyone except themselves was an enemy. Raging waves hitting the shore sword art. Lu Ping displayed the raging waves hitting the shore sword art, which was the best at fighting in a chaotic battle, maintaining the offensive pressure on the surrounding cultivators, and moving as far as possible in the direction of the pearls. The best way to display this sword art was still to use 2 swords. Lu Ping could not help but miss the twin wing swords that were shattered by Jin Young Master. A dark cloud tightly wrapped Lu Ping in it, covering Lu Ping's water curtain heavenly flower. 2 jade blood needles were buckled in his left hand, and a small silver jade-colored landslide was placed in his sleeve. At the same time, in Lu Ping's storage ring, there was a water tornado talisman that could only be used once. It was Lu Ping's last trump card. Chapter 181. If one were to look down from a higher vantage point in the 7-star skies, they would see 3 cultivators pushing back or breaking away from the cultivators blocking their path. They were rushing towards the pearls at their fastest speed. Of the 3 cultivators who were rushing forward, one of them, a cultivator in golden embroidered robes, moved forward in the most extravagant manner. Hundreds of sword beams shot out like hundreds of fish, darting into the midst of the cultivators and wreaking havoc everywhere, turning all the cultivators in his path into corpses. A cultivator was like a gust of wind. Sometimes it was like a gentle breeze, sometimes it was like a cool breeze, sometimes it was like a violent gale, and sometimes it was like a raging whirlwind. All the cultivators who tried to stop him, whether they were human or demonic cultivators, were left far behind. The last cultivator brandished his sword like a surging wave. The waves behind him pushed the waves in front of him forward, constantly maintaining a strong pressure on the cultivators who tried to block his path, never stopping. The golden-robed cultivator moved the fastest. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed his way out of the encirclement. He raised his head just in time to see 12 sparkling pearls flying towards him. Even though he was a core forging enlightened master, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy on his face. The golden-robed young master swept his sword, as if he had cast a huge net in the sky to capture the 12 pearls. At this moment, a flying sword swept over with a gust of wind, blowing the huge net in the sky to a halt. A white-robed, white-faced, and handsome cultivator had already arrived with the wind. The golden-robed young master looked at Ouyang Weijian with interest and said, "These days, I've heard several rumors about Xianling Sect's Ouyang Weijian's powerful swordsmanship. Today, I would like to see the strength of the North Sea's younger generation." The flying sword in the young master's hand shook, and the huge net that was woven by the sword lights in the sky was blocked by the flowing wind sword. But at this time the net suddenly scattered, just like a school of fish in the sea. The huge net disintegrated and turned into scattered sword lights, which then gathered towards Ouyang Weijian. The arrogant Ouyang Weijian was really shocked this time. Originally, although he was not an opponent of the golden-robed young master, he was confident that he could exchange a few moves with the golden-robed young master. However, after the sword net disintegrated, Ouyang Weijian suddenly found that each of the more than 500 sword lights seemed to have a trace of spirituality. Unlike the other golden-robed young master's sword lights, each sword light of the golden-robed young master seemed to be looking for its own attack position, attack direction, and even control its own attack speed and timing. Just as Ouyang Weijian was forced back by the golden-robed young master's sword, the golden-robed young master once again grabbed the 12 pearls in the sky. This time, Ouyang Weijian had no way to stop the golden-robed young master. At this moment, a strange one-horned water-flood dragon suddenly appeared in front of the golden-robed young master. The water-flood dragon opened its mouth and issued a silent roar before rushing towards the golden-robed young master. The golden-robed young master's face finally became serious. He swung the sword in his hand, and the swordfish that were besieging Ouyang Weijian suddenly split into half and surrounded the water-flood dragon. Although the water-flood dragon destroyed the swordfish with its mouth and tail, but the ants could bite an elephant to death. In a moment, the water-flood dragon once again turned into a pool of flowing water. The Qinghan sword spun in the air and returned to Lu Ping's hand. The golden-robed young master who was interrupted looked at Lu Ping with a smile and said, "Sure enough, it's you. Your swordsmanship has made great progress." Lu Ping replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "This is all thanks to the golden-robed young master." While speaking, a whirlwind suddenly rolled up beside the two of them. The swordfish that were besieging Ouyang Weijian suddenly lost control, and were sucked into the whirlwind, shattering one after another. Ouyang Weijian raised his sword and looked at Lu Ping at his side, but didn't speak. He just stared at the golden-robed young master in front of him. Both of them knew that among the three people present, the golden-robed young master was the strongest, and he was also a demon cultivator. Even if the two of them had an old grudge against each other, if they were to fall out at this moment, not only would they not be able to snatch the pearls, but if the golden-robed young master took the opportunity to kill them, it would be a big loss for them. Haha! The golden-robed young master suddenly laughed and said, "At this moment, the two most outstanding human cultivators in the 7 stars sky actually want to join hands to deal with this young master. This young master also wants to compare swordsmanship with you too." As soon as the voice of the golden-robed young master fell, the long sword in his hand made a circle, and finally used a more formal sword move. Lu Ping's expression was dignified. Lu Ping had seen the golden-robed young master's moves before, but this time it was very formal, and it was obvious that he was going to go all out. Although Ouyang Weijian didn't have the experience of fighting with the golden-robed young master before, but his vision was naturally not bad. The flowing wind sword trembled in his hand, as if it had turned into a silver stream of air, while Ouyang Weijian's right hand seemed to strangely grasp the body of the wind. The 648 sword lights divided into two, besieging Lu Ping and Ouyang Weijian. It was indeed a siege. The 324 sword lights, each with a spiritual nature, were like a school of piranhas in the ocean, swarming towards their prey, but there was a clear hierarchy. Lu Ping knew that the golden-robed young master hadn't used his full strength before, but he didn't expect that his swordsmanship had already reached such a level. Not only did he divide his sword into more than 600 sword lights, but he was also only one step away from the highest realm of refining the sword into complexity of 1296 sword lights. Moreover, more than 600 sword lights all had a spiritual nature. Sword light spiritualization. This was one of the prerequisites to reach the realm of sword practice as one. Only by making each of the sword flashes have their own spirituality could all 1296 sword flashes be combined into one. Only then would one be able to achieve sword practice as one with the sword art psychic. More than 600 sword lights of the golden-robed young master had a spiritual nature, so as long as his sword lights were divided again, he could reach the realm of refining the sword into unity. Although Ouyang Weijian could also combine 81 sword lights into one, but his swordsmanship was just honing one sword light into a spiritual nature, and then turning this sword light into the main sword, commanding the other 80 sword lights to combine into one, and then slowly imbuing the other sword lights with a spiritual nature. Although this was also very powerful, it was obviously incomparable to the swordsmanship of the golden-robed young master. Lu Ping merged his aura qi with the cloudy sky, and combined it with the Qinghan sword to display the most powerful Thousand Snow sword art that Lu Ping had mastered so far, and tried his best to resist the encirclement of the golden-robed young master. On the other side, Ouyang Weijian danced the 18 merry wind sword art into a whirlwind, throwing the swordfish far away from the whirlpool, but the golden swordfish were not any better than Lu Ping. Chapter 182. Although the genie young master was fighting 1 against 2, Lu Ping and Ouyang Weijian were fighting separately. Coupled with the superb swordsmanship of the genie young master, the two of them were in an extremely difficult situation. The 12 pearls began to slowly fly towards the direction of the genie young master. Lu Ping and Ouyang Weijian looked at each other. Although their eyes revealed their vigilance against each other, the two of them quickly cooperated with each other to contend against the genie young master. What Lu Ping cultivated was the North Sea Wave Listening Scripture. With the support of the North Sea Wave Listening Scripture, the Thousand Snow Pile sword skill created waves of Science sword energy in the air. Ouyang Weijian cultivated the Xianling Sect's Fuyao Scripture, the first true skill of Xianling Sect. He could execute the 18 styles of the Merry Wind sword skill one after another, turning them into 18 different styles of wind. Clear Wind sword skill, Gentle Wind sword skill, Cold Wind sword skill, Strong Wind sword skill, Whirlwind sword skill, Storm sword skill. The wind helped the waves showed the power of the wind. The two of them had extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. This was the first time they cooperated with each other, but unexpectedly, they had a tacit understanding with each other. Suddenly, the situation was reversed, and the genie young master's swordsmanship gradually became equal. This time, the genie young master finally seemed a little surprised. He joined his swordsmanship and counterattacked the two. In fact, not only was the genie young master surprised, but even Lu Ping and Ouyang Weijian were a little surprised. The two of them didn't expect that their swordsmanship and cultivation methods seemed to be innately compatible with each other. Unexpectedly, they had reached such a level of tacit understanding. The genie young master stepped up his offensive. Both of them buried their doubts in their hearts and resisted the genie young master's attack with all their strength. At this moment, the surrounding area around the 12 pearls had turned into a world of swordsmanship. Many cultivators were still thinking about the 12 pearls in the air, trying to fish in troubled waters. However, once someone inserted himself into this world of swordsmanship, the boundless sea of swords, countless swordfish, and invisible sword wind all rushed towards the intruder. Most of the cultivators who entered only let out miserable cries before losing their lives. Those who were strong enough and were quick to react quickly retreated the moment they entered, but they couldn't help but lose some of their body parts. They had a lingering fear in their hearts. The fight between the three of them finally attracted the attention of the other forces. Immediately, 5 to 6 9th layer blood condensation cultivators with unfathomable auras moved towards the three of them. The Jin young master was naturally aware of the surrounding environment. Haha, he laughed and said, "This young master is very happy today, but the person who spoils the fun has come. This young master will take his leave first. When the two of you have formed your Jindan, we will fight again." As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew his sword, and the soaring swordfish chased after the 12 pearls. Lu Ping and Ouyang Weijian immediately sensed the situation around them. Lu Ping's Qinghan sword flew out, and a cyan blue water flood dragon with a single horn chased after the pearl. Ouyang Weijian was not to be outdone. The flowing wind sword in his hand spun upside down, wrapped in a whirlwind, and chased after the pearls. The three of them collided with each other in the air. 6 of the 12 pearls were pushed by the swordfish and flew towards the Jin Young Master. The Jin Young Master did not stop holding the pearls in his hand. He swung his sword backward, and more than 600 swordfish wrapped him in the middle, forming a giant golden fish in the air. The big fish swung its tail backward and flew away. No cultivator dared to block its path. Lu Ping's water flood dragon bit 3 pearls, drew a beautiful curve in the air, and returned to Lu Ping. Ouyang Weijian's whirlwind also swept the other 3 pearls. On the way back to the water flood dragon, a breeze blew by, but the scales on the surface of the water flood dragon fell off, and water splashed in all directions. Lu Ping sneered and thought to himself, "I knew you had this trick up your sleeve." After the Jin Young Master retreated, Ouyang Weijian took the initiative to attack Lu Ping. The breeze sword of the 18 Merry Wind Sword attacked Lu Ping's condensed water flood dragon. Just when the water flood dragon was about to be destroyed by the breeze sword, Lu Ping's water flood dragon suddenly exploded, and 3 spirit snakes flew out from it. While Lu Ping was stunned, the 3 spirit snakes flew back to Lu Ping with a pearl in their mouths. Lu Ping waved his hand, and the samling disappeared. Then he turned to Ouyang Weijian and smiled. Ouyang Weijian suddenly felt that something was wrong. 2 tiny needle-shaped magical tools had quietly broken through the air. "Is this all you've got?" Ouyang Weijian disdainfully swung his flowing wind sword horizontally. 2 zheng-zheng sounds were heard, and Lu Ping's blood-blue needles were blocked by Ouyang Weijian. Just when Ouyang Weijian was looking at Lu Ping with a provocative look, a clear and melodious cry was heard. Unknowingly, a giant cyan bird with a wingspan of 7 or 8 feet had broken into Ouyang Weijian's whirlwind. A burst of ding-ding sounds were heard, and the giant bird once again broke through the whirlwind's obstruction. Its giant cyan claws were tightly holding the 3 pearls, and it flew towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping saw that the cyan phoenix was injured after flying out of Ouyang Weijian's whirlwind sword. While Ouyang Weijian was rushing towards the cyan phoenix, Lu Ping had already attacked Ouyang Weijian with his Qinghan sword. At the same time, a magic cloud appeared under his feet, and he quickly rushed forward to help the cyan phoenix. Ouyang Weijian was blocked by Lu Ping's Qinghan sword, and could only watch as Lu Ping put the injured cyan phoenix into the spirit beast bag. At the same time, the other 3 pearls were also taken by Lu Ping. Lu Ping turned around and put away his Qinghan sword. He smiled at Ouyang Weijian, and while a few suspicious cultivators had not surrounded them, he quickly rushed out with the magic cloud. Along the way, there were many cultivators who tried to stop him. Lu Ping used his Qinghan sword to open the way, and the other attacks were blocked by the cloudy sky and his aura shield. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the encirclement and disappeared. Ouyang Weijian's face was livid. This was the second time he had fought with Lu Ping in a battle of wits and courage. It was not that he was not strong enough, but he was not smart enough. Ouyang Weijian did not dare to stay here any longer. With a wave of his flowing wind sword, he rushed out like a wild wind. Obviously, he wanted to vent the depression in his heart. Fortunately, the cultivators who rushed over knew that he did not get the pearls, so there were not many cultivators who stopped him along the way. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Weijian disappeared. A few suspicious cultivators rushed over. Apart from themselves, no one knew who was a human cultivator and who was a demon cultivator. They looked at each other and then disappeared among the cultivators. At this moment, the 7 Stars Palace that was floating in midair rumbled and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Regardless of whether it was in the vicinity or watching from afar, the cultivators in the 7 Stars Palace all felt a sense of loss. At this time, Lu Ping did not have the time to be sentimental. With great difficulty, he got rid of the cultivators near the 7 Stars Temple. Lu Ping did not have time to meet up with Qi Zicai and the others. In a remote corner of the 7 Stars Temple, Lu Ping saw Debao coming to help. Debao's current figure was comparable to a wild boar. Lu Ping did not stand on ceremony and sat down on Debao's body. Debao's head plunged into the ground, and Lu Ping followed Debao to an underground cave. This cave was obviously just opened up by Debao. To Debao, digging holes was a piece of cake. Lu Ping reached out and patted Debao's head, which was clearly disproportionate to his fat body. He then sat on the spirit-gathering praying mat and began to meditate to recover his magic power. Half a day later, Lu Ping recovered his magic power. When he opened his eyes, he saw the bored Debao lying on the ground sleeping. He couldn't help but scold, "You lazy thing, don't you know how to be more vigilant? If someone discovered this cave and came in while I was meditating, we would become meat on their chopping board." Debao woke up in a daze. The moment it opened its eyes, it was scolded by Lu Ping. It immediately protested and squeaked, saying that the cave it dug would never be discovered by others. Lu Ping also knew that Debao was actually a smart demonic beast. Otherwise, Lu Ping wouldn't have spent so much effort to raise a spirit-seeking mouse, which was normally not even in the mid-blood refining realm, to the second layer of the blood condensation realm. Just by looking at the location that Lu Ping chose to dig a cave, it was definitely a desolate and secluded place. Coupled with its earth escape technique, ordinary cultivators would definitely not be able to discover them. Lu Ping just wanted it to be careful at all times. He threw a blood spirit pill that was specially refined for Debao. Debao was about to break through to the third layer of the blood condensation realm. It was the spirit pet with the lowest cultivation level among Lu Ping's subordinates. However, Debao didn't mind. Its duty was never to fight. Just like this time, when Lu Ping participated in the battle for the Seven Stars Palace's treasure, he sent Debao out to look for a hiding place just in case. At the same time, he also told Debao to pay attention to collecting information about the treasures in the Seven Stars Palace. However, although Debao's cave was well built, he didn't find many spiritual materials or treasures. Firstly, there were only 3 days left before the Seven Stars Palace closed. Most of the spiritual herbs and materials in the Seven Stars Palace had already been collected by others. Secondly, Debao's cultivation level was low and he was a coward. He didn't dare to appear in front of others and could only search for treasures in secret. Lu Ping grinned at Debao and said, "To think that your foundation bloodline is the tiger bloodline. You don't even have a trace of domineering spirit in you. You're worse than a mouse." Lu Ping's ridicule naturally caused Debao to protest again, causing Lu Ping to laugh out loud. While Lu Ping was hiding underground to enjoy the joy of harvesting and waiting for the Seven Stars Palace to close, the Seven Stars Palace was still immersed in a bloody storm. It was even more intense than before. Although the 49 treasures had their own owners, aside from the big powers, many of them were obtained by small powers and even loose cultivators. These small powers and loose cultivators, regardless of whether they were from the Yao clan or the human clan, were all hunted down and forced to hide. Many of the treasures changed hands several times and were eventually obtained by large and medium-sized powers. However, there were also many lucky cultivators who managed to avoid being hunted down and kept their treasures. Immediately after that, several of the large human clan and Yao clan forces within Seven Stars Heavens seemed to have come to a tacit understanding. They attacked the secret lodgings of several loose cultivators and small forces at the same time. Most of the cultivators inside were killed and the loose cultivators within Seven Stars Heavens were in danger. They thought that the large sects wanted to eliminate the dissidents and divide the spoils of war among themselves. Chapter 183. After a few forces were wiped out, news slowly spread throughout the seven-star skies. It was said that these forces that were wiped out were the secret strongholds of the overturned oceans sect. This time, the various forces that entered the seven-star skies were harassed by the overturned oceans sect. Even if they weren't, many forces would not give up on this opportunity to beat them when they were down. Of course, some of the strongholds might not be filled entirely with cultivators from the overturned oceans sect. Instead, the overturned oceans sect had mixed in with some of the strongholds. Naturally, the sects that surrounded the strongholds would not distinguish between them. They would simply wipe them out and be done with it. This was the domineering style of the major forces. As for whether there were some forces that used the slogan of wiping out the overturned oceans sect to eliminate dissidents, it was not something that outsiders would know. As the initiator, Jinling had also surrounded and destroyed 2 strongholds of the overturned oceans sect. The astute Qizitsai would naturally not reveal all the information to the major forces. She left the 2 strongholds that were led by hall masters from the overturned oceans sect to herself. She told the other sects the locations of the unimportant and most important strongholds. Needless to say, the unimportant strongholds were guarded by the overturned Ocean sect's core forging enlightened masters with their cultivation sealed. Just as Xianling sect, Golden Dragon Island's demon cultivators, and the other major forces went to encircle the strongholds, the enlightened masters from the overturned Ocean sect had no choice but to unleash their core forging enlightened masters at the last moment. Although it was only one attack, it caused the major forces to suffer heavy casualties. Xianling sect and Golden Dragon Island each had one enlightened master who had to break the seal in order to protect the cultivators of their respective sections. In the end, they were transported out of the seven-star skies. After their victory, when the major forces were collecting their spoils of war, they once again discovered to their dismay that the spoils of war were not as much as they had imagined. After interrogating the captive cultivators from the overturned Ocean sect, they found out that because the enlightened masters with sealed cultivators were guarding the strongholds, all the good treasures from the strongholds were in the hands of the enlightened masters. The others did not have much. On the other hand, the two outposts that Qi Zicai led Jinling to encircle brought them a bountiful harvest. In one of the outposts, after the leader of the outposts died, Senior Brother Chao found a magic treasure that he had plundered from him. In the other outpost, Senior Brother Sun found a jade box that had clearly flown out from the Seven Stars Palace. It was unknown what kind of treasure it contained. Naturally, Lu Ping didn't know what was happening in the seven-star skies. At this moment, he was holding 6 glowing pearls in one hand and a purple jade scroll in the other. He was carefully reading through the contents of the scroll. This purple jade slip was the jade box that Lu Ping had obtained from Feiling Island. He had obtained one of the 2 jade slips after breaking the seal with the restriction-breaking talisman that he had obtained from the auction. This purple jade slip recorded a peculiar but absolutely tyrannical method to refine a life-bound magic tool. The life-bound Genshin diagram. Originally, Lu Ping had not thought about what he wanted to refine for his life-bound magic tool. Chunlian had also told Lu Ping about the importance of a life-bound magic tool. He did not recommend that Lu Ping be in a hurry to refine it. Instead, he suggested that Lu Ping first look for second-grade or even third-grade pure water-attributed top-grade spiritual materials. As long as he succeeded in refining it when he reached the core forging stage, it would not hinder the magic tool from becoming a magic treasure. Although Lu Ping was wealthy and had 20 or 30 top-grade spiritual materials on him, he only had 3 second-grade mutated spiritual materials: deep-sea silver iron, which could be used to improve landslide; a large piece of 1,000-year-old thunderstruck peachwood, which had dual attributes of thunder and wood, which was incompatible with the attribute of Lu Ping's cultivation method; a piece of 1,000-year-old cold jade, which was a second-grade water-attributed spiritual material, was more suitable for making auxiliary magic tools. It could be made into a defensive magic tool, but it would be a joke to make it into an offensive magic tool. Therefore, Lu Ping asked Old Chun to refine it into the top-grade auxiliary magic tool, the psychic jade pendant, which hung on Lu Ping's waist. Now Lu Ping had a top-grade spiritual material that could be refined into a life-bound magic tool. Not only did he have one top-grade spiritual material that was very compatible with his own attribute, but he also had 6 of them. They were the 6 shining pearls in Lu Ping's hand. What made Lu Ping even more excited was that these 6 pearls were not only compatible with his cultivation method, the North Sea Wave listening spell, but they were also third-grade spiritual materials. 6 pieces of third-grade spiritual materials. To be exact, they were 6 top-grade spiritual materials that were condensed from the spirit water of heaven and earth after it had lost its spirituality. Lu Ping only had one thought in his mind. If he didn't refine these 6 pearls into his own life-bound magic tool, should he keep them as decorations and souvenirs? The North Sea Wave listening spell also recorded several ways to refine a life-bound magic tool and upgrade it to a magic tool that was compatible with the cultivation method. But at most it was a pair of magic tools such as the dual flying sword, but there was no way to refine 6 life-bound magic tools at the same time. After racking his brains, Lu Ping finally remembered this jade slip. He rummaged through his storage ring and found it. Lu Ping was a little troubled. This set of magic tools was naturally very difficult to refine, but Lu Ping didn't care. The better the life-bound magic tool, the more complicated it was to refine. What Lu Ping was concerned about was that he needed 6 identical spirit beads to forge this set of natal mystic instruments. Also, this set of life-bound magic tools required a large amount of magic power. Even with Lu Ping's abundant magic power from the North Sea Wave listening spell, he wouldn't be able to use it for long after he reached the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping flipped his hand and put away the jade slip and spirit bead. He stroked the handle and thought to himself, does it require a large amount of arcane energy to power it? Although this will consume my arcane energy faster, I'm a cultivator with abundant arcane energy. If I don't take advantage of this advantage, I'll have wasted my time cultivating the North Sea Wave listening scripture. Not to mention, as an alchemist, Lu Ping knew that there were medicinal pellets that could be used to increase a cultivator's arcane energy. Even though the recipes for these medicinal pellets were extremely precious and were kept a secret by the alchemists, Lu Ping knew that there were medicinal pellets that could increase a cultivator's arcane energy. Once it was successfully refined, the power of this set of magic tools could not be underestimated. If it could kill the enemy in a short time, it was acceptable to consume magic power faster. After making up his mind, Lu Ping only had one problem left. The remaining 6 spiritual pearls were in the hands of the Jin Young Master. Lu Ping believed that he was no match for the Jin Young Master, at least not for the time being. So how to obtain 6 spiritual pearls of the same quality was an urgent problem for Lu Ping. Or perhaps, Lu Ping would be lucky enough to obtain another 12 top-grade water-attributed spiritual materials. As for the life-bound gentian array, it was a problem that Lu Ping had to consider after he advanced to the core forging realm and upgraded the 12 life-bound gentian pearls to magical weapons. Lu Ping didn't even think about it. He was afraid that it would affect his confidence in obtaining 12 life-bound gentian pearls, 12 top-grade 3rd-grade spiritual pearls, 12 life-bound gentian magic tools. What a coincidence! Chapter 184. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ping hid in the cave the entire time and did not show his face. Instead, he refined the 2nd magic treasure in his hand, the Scarlet Afterglow bead. There was only one treasure inside the Scarlet Afterglow bead, and the main effect of this treasure was not to attack or defend, but to imprison. Compared to the pestle, it was much easier to refine. Lu Ping only spent 1/3 of his magic power and spiritual sense to refine the Scarlet Afterglow bead. The rest of the time was used by Lu Ping to summarize his trip to the 7-Star Palace, especially during the time when the 7-Star Palace was opened. Lu Ping had been fighting and scheming against each other. Not only had his magic power and spiritual sense been severely consumed, his body was also quite tired. Lu Ping decided to relax in the cave and sleep for an entire day. Of course, this time Lu Ping did not forget to remind Dabeo to be vigilant. At the same time, he released Samling and Dagui. On the other hand, Lu Qin was injured by Lu Ping's whirlwind sword in order to snatch the 3 spirit beads. She hid in the spirit beast bag and swallowed Lu Ping's healing pills to recuperate. 3 days later, Lu Ping, who was ready, suddenly felt himself being squeezed by an invisible force. Then he spun around and his body fell down. His ears were filled with the sound of the wind. Lu Ping calmed himself down and found that he had already silently left the 7-Star Palace and was falling towards the sea. The white cloud beneath Lu Ping's feet flashed, and the magic cloud immediately caught Lu Ping's falling body. He looked around, not knowing where he was. A jade talisman in his sleeve suddenly vibrated. Lu Ping knew that this was the communication jade talisman that Qi Zicai had given him when he met her in the 7-Star Palace. The jade talisman vibrated, indicating that there were cultivators from his sect in the vicinity of the sea. Lu Ping followed the direction indicated by the jade talisman, and soon discovered a few people gathered on the surface of the sea. When Lu Ping got closer, he realized that the 2 people in the lead were Senior Brother Chao and Senior Brother Sun from the 7-Star Sky sect. At this time, the aura of the 2 of them had changed. Their true essence flowed through their bodies. It was completely unfathomable. They were at the core forging stage. It was obvious that after leaving the 7-Star Sky, the 2 of them had undone the seal on their bodies. Lu Ping stepped forward to greet them. He didn't know how to address them, so he could only say, "I'm Chonghua Mansion's disciple, Lu Ziping." "Greetings, masters." When Senior Brother Chao saw Lu Ping, his naturally gloomy expression softened. However, the one who spoke was still senior brother Sun, who had a smile on his face. So it's junior brother Lu. Junior brother Lu's trip to the seven-star sky this time has not only contributed greatly to our sect, but in the final battle of the Seven Stars Temple, you joined forces with Ouyang Weijian to fight against Taoist Master Jinli of the Golden Scale Mansion, who is famous for his swordsmanship. You even made the famous Ouyang Weijian suffer a loss at your hands. You've brought great honor to our sect. Lu Ping didn't expect that in just 3 days, this matter would spread throughout the seven-star sky. He hurriedly said, "You flatter me, master." That day, under the watchful eyes of so many people, everyone was apprehensive. That's why I was lucky enough to succeed. It's not worth mentioning. Taoist Master Sun waved his hand and said, "In front of Taoist Master Xianling, senior brother Chao and I have to respectfully address him as martial uncle. Junior brother Lu is Taoist Master Xianling's personal disciple, so you can just call us senior brothers." Lu Ping naturally didn't know that during the 3 days he was hiding in the cave, the seven-star sky had already been plunged into a bloody storm. Ouyang Weijian and Taoist Master Jinli repeatedly attacked each other, killing more than a dozen blood condensation cultivators. Naturally, the mysterious red-faced cultivator who stood toe-to-toe with the two in front of the Seven Stars Temple was also talked about. When the mysterious red-faced cultivator was mentioned, there was another rumor that he once appeared in the Golden Fallen Canyon, even venturing deep into the inner layer of the canyon. Another rumor said that the mysterious cultivator, who was only at the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm, was defeated by young Master Jin Li's sword strike, and escaped from He Lisan of the Shui Yen Pavilion. When he reappeared, he was already at the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm. Then, there was another rumor that the red-faced cultivator once cooperated with the two true spirit heroes. When the Migres Hall opened, he snatched a jade box, but was later hunted down and disappeared. The next rumor was that when the red-faced cultivator opened the Fecta Hall, he snatched a pill furnace, which was at least a high-grade pill furnace. However, there was another rumor that the red-faced cultivator was killed and looted, but no one knew whether it was true or not. Soon, some people discovered that when the Jade Hall opened, the red-faced cultivator also struck a large piece of space stone that Ouyang Weijian was about to get his hands on and sent it flying into Jinling's hands. The cultivators in the seven-star sky began to suspect the relationship between the red-faced cultivator and Jinling. Jinling naturally wouldn't expose Lu Ping, and neither would Ai Buotao and the others. It wasn't until Ouyang Weijian personally admitted that the red-faced cultivator was actually Jinling's cultivator, and that Lu Zipping was wearing a red mask that the truth came to light. At this time, people remembered that a cultivator from the West Tomb Island once said that Peng Chongqing of the Ocean Flame sect, one of the 18 generals of the North Sea, was severely injured by the Ai family's third young master, Ai Shutao and Jinling Lu Zipping before he was killed by Ouyang Weijian. It seemed that this rumor was true. The people in the seven-star sky concluded that this Jinling Lu Zipping had at least 2.5 treasures obtained from the Seven Stars Hall. After coming out of the inner layer of the Golden Fallen Canyon, he definitely had a lot of rare spirit herbs on him. In the Amethyst Flower Sea, he probably had amethyst honey on him. The cultivators in the seven-star sky suddenly realized that this Lu Zipping was a human-shaped treasure trove. On the second last day of the seven-star sky's closing, someone discovered that among the Jinling cultivators, the true spirit duo, Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu, who had previously appeared everywhere, were among them. Only Lu Zipping was missing. Therefore, everyone in the seven-star sky, be it the Yao cultivators or the human cultivators, went crazy. On the last day of the seven-star sky's closing, the various forces in the seven-star sky only had 2 goals left. One was to continue clearing up the so-called overturned seas sect cultivators, and seize the opportunity to plunder their cultivation resources. Many Yao cultivators were even mistaken for overturned seas sect cultivators and were hunted down. The second was to search for the red-faced Jinling cultivator, Lu Zipping, which also included Jinling. Of course, Jinling was anxious to protect Lu Ping. After listening to senior brother Sun's account, Lu Ping was stunned again and again. He didn't expect so many things to happen in the last 3 days of the seven-star sky. Lu Ping looked around. The Jinling cultivators who had arrived first looked at Lu Ping with a trace of envy and respect. When Taoist Sun and Taoist Chao heard that Lu Ping had been hiding in a cave to sleep for the last 3 days, Daoist Sun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Daoist Chao's face contorted. The Jinling cultivators beside him also had their faces flushed red. At this time Qi Zicai, Yin Zichu and Ji Zixuan had also arrived. When they saw Lu Ping, they were naturally filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. Ji Zixuan laughed evilly and said, "Fortunately, that big crocodile from Golden Flood Dragon Island didn't meet you. He doesn't know that you killed his fourth brother and is wanted by them. That Jin young master, Daoist Jin Li, also doesn't know that we killed his 4 great demon generals. Otherwise he, Qi Zicai and the others didn't know that Lu Ping had been wanted by Golden Flood Dragon Island." After listening to Ji Zixuan's account, everyone looked at Lu Ping with a strange expression of admiration. Daoist Chao, who was even colder and more taciturn than Yin Zichu, directly asked, "Do you need another mask?" From Daoist Chao's hands, Lu Ping took a pale white mask that looked like a tuberculosis ghost. After thanking Daoist Chao, he directly put it on his face. He thought to himself, if I told them about the amethyst royal jelly, the 3,000-year-old spiritual grass, the golden nut fruit tree, the myriad poison syrup, the unknown spirit water of heaven and earth, and the 2 transcendent artifacts, would these people in front of me go crazy? Not only did I kill the Golden Flood Dragon Island Master's 4th son, but even his 3rd daughter died under my sword. Among the cultivators from the overturned ocean gang, 2 hall masters had fallen by my hands. Since everyone had left 7-star skies, Qi Zicai no longer made the decision. Daoist Chao was not good with words, so everyone listened to Daoist Sun's instructions. He said, "This time, the North Sea Alliance has sent blood condensation cultivators to exterminate the demon beasts in the demon territory. I believe everyone knows that the famous Golden Flood Dragon Island Master is celebrating his 600th birthday. I believe there will be many demon cultivators going to celebrate his birthday. We should also send a generous gift and join in the fun." When everyone heard Daoist Sun's interesting words, they all laughed and looked eager to give it a try. Causing trouble? Everyone naturally had a desire to destroy, not to mention not taking responsibility after the matter was over. Only now did Lu Ping understand why Daoist Yongxian and Daoist Mu had repeatedly instructed Lu Ziyuan and the others to reach the demon territory outside Autumn Cloud Island before the 7th month. It turned out that they were going for the Golden Flood Dragon Island Master's 600th birthday. Qi Zicai said worriedly, "Senior Marshal Brother Sun, according to what I know, the Golden Flood Dragon Island Master has a very high reputation among the demon cultivators. He himself is a powerful peak core forging expert, and he has gathered many core forging realm demon cultivators. There are even rumors that he once fought with a Lao Zu from the North Sea and escaped after being defeated. It is clear that he is very powerful. Although we have cultivators from the various sects in the North Sea, none of the sects have sent Daoist masters above the mid-core forging stage. With such strength, I'm afraid they won't be much of a threat to the Golden Flood Dragon Island Master." Qi Zicai naturally knew that it was impossible for the various sects in the North Sea to send this little bit of strength, but she still asked. She wanted to know if there was a force that could keep the Golden Flood Dragon Island Master in check. After all, the Golden Flood Dragon Island Master was a peak core forging expert who could fight with Fa Xiang Laozu. If there wasn't a force that could keep him in check, then when he went berserk it wasn't something that could be balanced by numbers. And this time it was obvious that Laozu and the others wouldn't take action. Otherwise, it would arouse the vigilance of the Yao cultivator Laozu. At most they would just give him a hand in the back. Daoist Sun understood the hidden meaning of Qi Zicai's words. He smiled faintly and looked at the horizon. His slightly narrowed eyes were deep and somewhat fascinated. He said indifferently, "The Golden Flood Dragon Island Master might not be the only core forging expert who can fight with Fa Xiang Laozu." Everyone was naturally curious. They wanted to ask who it was, but Daoist Sun directly interrupted everyone's expectations. He said, "This time we are going to attack Golden Flood Dragon Island together. The various powers in the North Sea have their own plans. Our sect also has its own plans. All disciples only need to listen to orders." Daoist Sun's words naturally implied that he wouldn't mention these people. Just as Daoist Sun was about to lead everyone to fly south, he saw Daoist Chao point at the deathly pale masked Lu Ping and say, "He can't go." Chapter 185. At this time, Lu Ping was concocting pills in the demon crab's nest that he had found the first time he came to the demon territory. That day, after the 7-star sky, Sage Chow bluntly said that Lu Ping couldn't go to Golden Flood Dragon Island. Sage Sun slapped his forehead and said, "I was careless." He turned to Lu Ping and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, you really can't go. Right now, not only is Golden Flood Dragon Island searching for you, I'm afraid that cultivators from the 7-star sky will also have their eyes on you. Not to mention the overflowing seas gang." Lu Ping knew that Sage Sun had another meaning, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Right now, Lu Ping was too eye-catching. If he walked with everyone, not only would he be in danger, but even Jinling and the others would be in danger. Even if Sage Chow and Sage Sun were present, it would still be the same. In fact, it might even delay the sect's plans. After all, the treasures Lu Ping had on him were too eye-catching. Of course, the two Sage Chow and Sage Chow were also concerned about Lu Ping's safety. Otherwise, Sage Chow wouldn't have given Lu Ping that mask, which was really unflattering to Lu Ping. Ji Zixuan was a quick talker. After interacting with Lu Ping these days, they had gotten along quite well. He couldn't help but ask, didn't he change his mask? Senior Marshal Brother Lu also has a secret technique that can suppress his cultivation. This way, the Yao cultivators who haven't seen Senior Marshal Brother Lu with their own eyes and sensed his aura won't be able to tell that it's him. Qi Zitsai explained, "What kind of person is the Golden Flood Dragon Island master? How could there be a lack of core forging Yao cultivators during his birthday? Who knows how many Yao cultivators want to curry favor with him?" Junior Marshal Brother Lu's secret technique and Senior Marshal Brother Chow's mask may be able to fool ordinary blood condensation Yao cultivators, but in the eyes of core forging enlightened masters, it won't have the slightest effect. Ji Zixuan immediately knew that he had asked a stupid question, and could not help but feel embarrassed. He smiled apologetically at Lu Ping, but he still had a regretful expression on his face. Lu Ping was grateful to Ji Zixuan in his heart. He knew that Ji Zixuan didn't mean to ask this question, so he said, "The two spiritual masters are right. It just so happens that I have urgent matters to attend to on my way back to Huangli Island. In the future, if everyone is free, you can come to my immortal abode on Huangli Island as a guest. I will definitely welcome you with open arms. Here, I wish all of you senior brothers and senior sisters victory on your trip to Golden Flood Dragon Island, and help me, this wanted criminal, vent my anger." Everyone admired Lu Ping's actions in the 7-star sky, and after hearing his interesting words, they all smiled and bid him farewell. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lu Ping returned to the Demon Crab's cave. After letting Lu Daguay and Samling out to play, only Debao, who was afraid of water, and the injured Lu Qin were left in the cave. Debao was sleepy. Recently, his cultivation was about to break through to the 3rd layer of the blood condensation realm. Every time he was about to break through, Debao would sleep for a period of time. Lu Qin, on the other hand, stared motionlessly at Lu Ping as he refined pills. The pill that Lu Ping was currently refining was the bone-dissolving pill. Although Lu Qin was unwilling to take the form transformation pill, she was willing to speak. The bone-dissolving pill was not like the form transformation pill and the face-retaining pill, which were refined from a mixture of 500-year and 1,000-year spiritual herbs. The bone-dissolving pill was equivalent to a late blood condensation pill. Hence, Lu Ping wanted to take out his newly acquired top-grade alchemy cauldron for practice. This 3-legged top-grade pill furnace was half the height of a person and as thick as a water tank. It was called the Nachuan cauldron, which meant that all rivers run into the sea. The entire pill furnace was covered in a layer of dark yellow. Only the bottom was dark red. Obviously, this pill furnace had been used many times, causing the bottom to burn with a layer of dark red. While Lu Ping was refining the cauldron, due to his carelessness, he almost suffered a loss. The cauldron wasn't a mystic treasure, but the seals inside were many times more complicated than the mid-grade cauldron Lu Ping had. Lu Ping had to expend more than half of his arcane energy and divine sense before he barely managed to refine the cauldron. Lu Ping finally understood why a top-grade cauldron was so much more valuable than an ordinary mystic artifact. Just the amount of arcane energy and divine sense required to refine a top-grade cauldron was much higher than the amount of arcane energy and divine sense Lu Ping had to spend to refine a 2-layer herb pestle. Lu Ping did not dare to use the Nachuan cauldron to practice. Even driving this pill furnace would probably consume a third of Lu Ping's magic power. Before the pill furnace could heat up, Lu Ping would be like a lamp that ran out of oil. No wonder Jinling only had 3 top-grade pill furnaces. Usually only Fa Xiang Laozu and a few top pill refiners in the sect could use them. It was not that they did not allow others to use them, but they simply could not. Lu Ping had no choice but to obediently take out his mid-grade cauldron. Fortunately, he still had the indigo spirit fire. After resting for a day and recovering his arcane energy, Lu Ping began concocting the bone-dissolving pellets. Lu Ping, who had a great harvest in the 7-star skies, had collected quite a number of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. However, there were not many 500-year-old spiritual herbs. This was mainly because other than his trip to the Golden Luo Valley, Lu Ping did not spend much time and effort collecting 500-year-old spiritual herbs. Fortunately, he had enough bone-dissolving pills. The cauldron was opened and 7 bone-dissolving pellets spun at the bottom of the cauldron amidst the medicinal fragrance. Lu Ping was overjoyed. It seemed like his alchemy skills had improved after advancing to the late blood condensation realm. In the past, his success rate for late blood condensation realm medicinal pellets was around 5 to 6%. But now, his success rate had risen to 7%. If Lu Qin wanted to refine the transverse bones in her throat, she would only need 3 to 5 of them. The remaining ones could be left for Sanling. Sanling's talent was high and her cultivation speed was fast. She would definitely advance to the late blood condensation realm before Dagui. After all, the bone-dissolving pill was a special pill. Although the 500-year-old spiritual herbs required were not as precious as the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, they were still relatively rare. Fortunately, the spiritual herbs produced in the 7-star skies were rare. That was how Lu Ping managed to gather enough bone-dissolving pills. Ever since the proud Qing Luan consumed the bone-dissolving pellet and refined the transverse bone in her throat, she had turned into a chatty little girl. She would never stop looking for an excuse to talk to Lu Ping, causing him to lose the ability to cultivate normally. One day, Lu Ping was studying the heart-dissolving pill formula he obtained from enlightened Master Liao Ding's remains in his cave abode. Suddenly, an 8 or 9-year-old child's voice came from outside the cave abode. Old master, that person is gone, that person is gone." Lu Ping looked helplessly at the little bird that flew into the cave abode and landed on Lu Ping's shoulder. "Qin didn't I tell you not to call me old master? Why are you still calling me old master?" Lu Qin didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort when she transformed from a demonic bird that was several zhang long to a small bird that was only a foot tall. She said, "It was De Bao who said that we are all spiritual pets that Master took in, so we must have the awareness of being Master's assistants. Especially a girl like Qin we must not have any improper thoughts about Master." Lu Ping was speechless when he heard this. De Bao, who was napping at Lu Ping's feet, suddenly woke up when Lu Qin mentioned his name. He then ran out of the cave abode at a speed that didn't match his size. By the time Lu Ping thought of De Bao as the culprit, the spirit-seeking mouse had already dug another nest underground to hide. Lu Ping coughed and said, "Don't listen to De Bao, that scoundrel talk nonsense." After thinking for a while, Lu Ping felt that something was wrong and quickly added, "No matter what you call me, you can't have improper thoughts about Master." But after thinking for a while, he still felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't know what was wrong, so he said, "Call me whatever you want." "Right, little Qin Who did you say left just now?" Chapter 186. Lu Ping was infuriated by De Bao's instigation of the Blue Phoenix Lu Qin. After a long time, he finally remembered what Lu Qin wanted to report to him. Lu Qin's small mouth spoke quickly. "It's about Taoist Master Jin Li. Little Qin grew up in this part of the sea and has many friends. Today little Qin went to play with them. They told me that Golden Scale Mansion's great king Jin Li is going to celebrate the birthday of an even greater great king. That greater great king is Great King Jin Li's adoptive father." Lu Ping was helpless against Lu Qin's series of great kings. Fortunately, he still understood her words. Counting the days, today was already the end of the 6th month. Golden Flood Dragon Island's master's birthday was on the 27th day of the 7th month. If Taoist Master Jin Li really was Golden Flood Dragon Island's master's adoptive son, then it was reasonable for him to leave early. After Lu Ping left with the Jinling group of cultivators in the Seven Stars Palace, he kept thinking about Taoist Master Jin Li's cave mansion. When the Seven Stars Palace opened, Lu Ping had seen with his own eyes that young Master Jin Li had a close relationship with Golden Flood Dragon Island's crocodile. Therefore, Lu Ping had predicted that Taoist Master Jin Li would also attend Golden Flood Dragon Island's master's birthday banquet. However, Lu Ping hadn't expected that Taoist Master Jin Li and Golden Flood Dragon Island's master would have such a relationship. Instead, he gave Lu Ping a few more days to plot. Lu Ping's goal was naturally the remaining 6 spiritual beads in Taoist Master Jin Li's hands. However, Lu Ping couldn't guarantee that Taoist Master Jin Li wouldn't leave the spiritual beads in his cave mansion. After all, Lu Ping had investigated and found out that Taoist Master Jin Li's Golden Scale Mansion only had one core forging Taoist. The other demon generals were all at the late blood condensation realm. It was clear that this enlightened Master Jin Li hadn't been around for a long time and his foundation wasn't deep enough. If his subordinates ran into other enlightened masters and provoked them while enlightened Master Jin Li wasn't around, they certainly wouldn't be able to stop them. Thus, enlightened Master Jin Li was likely the same as Lu Ping, carrying his most important items with him. If that was the case, then Lu Ping's chances of obtaining the 6 spiritual pearls would be even lower. However, if perfected Master Jin Li's Immortal's Cave was well managed, and his subordinates were capable of blocking the attacks of other perfected masters when he wasn't around, then Lu Ping wouldn't have been so afraid to plot against Golden Scale Manor. No matter what, he had to take a gamble. Lu Ping made up his mind. When he turned his head to look over his shoulder, he saw that Lu Qin was carefully combing her feathers on his shoulder. It was rare that she wasn't talking to Lu Ping. Although Lu Qin was talkative, she had good judgment. She knew that she couldn't disturb Lu Ping when he was deep in thought. Lu Ping saw that she was diligently combing her feathers and felt like teasing her. He asked little Qin, I heard that you were over 10 years old last time. How come you're talking like an 8 or 9-year-old child now? Lu Qin said in a childish voice, Our blue Luan has a lifespan of 500 years. Little Qin is only 60 years old this year. According to human calculations, isn't that only 8 or 9 years old? As Lu Qin spoke, she stretched out her wings and counted her feathers back and forth, just like a person counting their fingers to calculate the zodiac. Lu Ping pretended to be surprised. So our little Qin is a genius. Lu Qin tilted her head, her pointy little mouth almost sticking up to the sky. She proudly said, Little Qin is a genius. I only managed to break through to the late blood condensation realm when I was 200 years old. That's how I managed to occupy the nest with the spirit vein. Little Qin managed to do it at the age of 60. Of course, it's all thanks to the delicious pills that old master refined. While this little fellow was showing off, she didn't forget to flatter Lu Ping. Lu Ping asked little Qin, didn't you just say that the blue phoenix has a lifespan of 500 years? Why did your mother pass away so early? Lu Qin said in a daze, Yeah, little Qin doesn't know either. Anyway, Mama's health got worse and worse. Later, she couldn't go out to hunt. Little Qin had to go out to hunt by herself and come back to feed Mama. But Mama still died in the end. She wasn't even 300 years old. The Golden Scale residence was built on top of a cliff in a mountain range at the bottom of the sea. The 12 demon generals under Taoist Jin Li were all at the 8th or 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. 4 of the demon generals that Lu Ping's group had killed were at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. It was obvious that their rankings weren't very high. According to the information Lu Ping's spirit pets had gathered from the Yao cultivators, Lu Ping learned that the disappearance of the 4 demon generals didn't attract much attention from Taoist Jin Li. Most likely, Taoist Jin Li was busy attending his adoptive father's birthday celebration. At the same time, Taoist Jin Li probably didn't care too much about his 8th layer blood condensation realm subordinates. The cruelty of the Yao world was obvious, but the cruelty of the human world was hidden. Lu Ping wasn't stupid enough to barge into the Golden Scale residence. According to the information Lu Qin and the others had gathered, Taoist Jin Li had brought 3, 4, 5, and 6 9th layer blood condensation realm Taoist Jin Li to Golden Flood Dragon Island. The other demon generals were led by the 1st and 2nd Taoist Jin Li to guard the Golden Scale residence. Of the 12 demon generals in the Golden Scale residence, 6 were at the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. The remaining 6 were at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. 4 8th layer blood condensation realm Taoist Jin Li had died, and 4 9th layer blood condensation realm Taoist Jin Li had left. After the first and second Taoist Jin Li returned from the 7-star skies, they had entered seclusion at Taoist Jin Li's request to break through to the core forging realm. The remaining 2 demon generals weren't a threat to Lu Ping. This was one of the main reasons why Lu Ping dared to plot against the Golden Scale residents. Another reason was that after Taoist Jin Li had returned to the Immortal Cave, he had instructed his demon generals to lower the recruitment standards and increase the number of demon soldiers. The demon generals didn't know why their man or head, who had always strived for perfection, had suddenly changed his mind. However, demon cultivators valued strength more directly than humans. Increasing the number of demon soldiers meant that the Golden Scale residents' strength would increase, and the number of subordinates under them would increase. Naturally, the 4 demon generals who had stayed behind to guard the Golden Scale residents were more than happy to do so. Therefore, Lu Dagui was assigned the duty of managing the weapons. Samling, who had restrained his bloodline aura, had disguised himself as an ordinary sea snake demon. His talent was still quite good, and he became the 10th Taoist general's personal attendant. As for the late blood condensation realm Lu Qin, she was called over by the 7th Taoist general to be his assistant. After Taoist Jin Li left with the 4 demon generals, Lu Ping brought Dabeo directly to the Golden Scale residence. The demon soldiers responsible for patrolling the sea had already been transferred elsewhere by Lu Qin. Lu Ping casually tossed Dabeo into the Immortal Cave, then executed the art of sea deception, and headed towards the 10th Taoist general's encampment. After Lu Ping's swordsmanship had reached the intent realm, he began to ponder over the gift that his 6th senior apprentice sister, Dong Ziyu, had given him for their first meeting. It was a set of water attribute sword technique from the fallen Fei Ling sect, the formless sword technique. This sword technique wasn't some kind of invisible sword technique. Instead, it was based on the concept of water has no form. The sword technique was strange and agile, combining the real and the fake, changing constantly, making it difficult for the opponent to grasp it. If Lu Ping's North Sea's 12 righteous techniques focused on frontal combat, then this formless sword skill would be more like a strange technique. Lu Ping's North Sea's 12 righteous techniques was more like a righteous technique. Although the formless sword technique wasn't a sword technique specifically used to conceal one's tracks, it could still be used as a reference for Lu Ping to improve his own invisibility techniques. Just as Lu Ping arrived in front of the 10th Demon General's encampment, the 10th Demon General had already sensed that something was amiss. He came out with his new personal attendant, only to see a human cultivator swaggering towards him. Just as the 10th Demon General was about to signal his subordinates to capture this reckless human cultivator, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat, 7 inches above his head and his back. The 3 sea serpent demon attendants behind him had actually attacked him. The 10th Demon General was also a serpent demon, otherwise he wouldn't have specifically chosen Samling to be his personal attendant, so he was very confident in his own cultivation and ability to resist poison. He sneered, "You 3 pieces of trash think you can plot against me?" As soon as the 10th Demon General finished speaking, his mocking smile froze on his face. 3 types of poison that shouldn't have appeared on 3 normal serpent demons had already seeped into his mana and body. The 10th Demon General opened his mouth to say something, but found that he couldn't make a sound. Opposite him, Lu Ping had beheaded him with a single sword strike. Samling had already found the snake gallbladder in the corpse and devoured it. Lu Ping kept the 10th Demon General's corpse for Samling to snack on in the future. At the same time, he could use the blood to concoct pills. When Lu Ping arrived at the 7th Demon General's encampment following Lu Qin's trail, he found Lu Qin and the 7th Demon General having a drinking contest. The 2 demons took out 2 slender long bottles filled with wine. Their long beaks reached into the bottles and sucked, and the wine in the bottles disappeared. The small demon standing at the side hurriedly filled the slender long bottles with wine again. Lu Qin, who had received Lu Ping's signal, took advantage of the time when the 7th Demon General's beak reached into the bottles to sneak attack and blind one of the 7th Demon General's eyes. The 7th Demon General was naturally shocked and angry. He immediately prepared to counterattack Lu Qin, But unexpectedly, a sword light sneaked behind him and stabbed into the seventh demon general's heart. Lu Ping glared at Lu Qin. Lu Qin shrunk her neck and said weakly, "Big brother Debao said that drinking can lower his guard." Lu Ping was in enemy territory and didn't have the time to worry about such trifling matters. Following de Gui's directions, he headed towards the Golden Scale Residence's treasury. Along the way there were patrolling demon soldiers. Because Lu Qin, the deputy general, was present, Lu Ping only needed to conceal his tracks. With de Gui's help, Lu Ping easily obtained the key to the treasury. After entering the treasury, although Lu Ping had some understanding from de Gui's previous report, he was still somewhat disappointed when he saw the items inside the treasury. Most of the items inside were mid to low-grade spiritual materials and ores. There were also a few crudely refined magic tools. Moreover, because the Golden Scale Residence had recently expanded its recruitment of demon soldiers, there weren't many of these magic tools left. There were also a few crudely gathered spiritual herbs. High-grade spiritual materials only made up a very small portion. There were also a few top-grade spiritual materials. With one glance, one could tell that these were the lowest-grade top-grade spiritual materials. It seemed that Immortal Jean Li had indeed kept the good stuff on him. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Although the quality of these items wasn't good, the quantity was definitely not a small amount for a single cultivator. Lu Ping took out a few storage pouches and stored all the items in the treasury, regardless of whether they were good or bad. At this moment, Debao appeared out of nowhere and began to boast about his achievements again. Chapter 187. Debao had been very unhappy recently. He was the pet with intelligence who had followed Lu Ping for the longest time. As early as when Lu Ping's cultivation was still in the blood-refining realm, and he had not established his own foundation, he had started his journey of following Lu Ping loyally. Unlike the pets with intelligence who joined later, Samling regarded Lu Ping as his father and obeyed him. Dagui regarded Lu Ping as his master and was loyal to his duty. Lu Qin regarded Lu Ping as her teacher and was in awe. Only he, Debao, had a special relationship with Lu Ping. They had experienced the beginning stage of Lu Ping's business together. Debao was not only Lu Ping's follower, but there was also a brotherly love between them. Therefore, Debao was the oldest among all the pets with intelligence and had a close relationship with Lu Ping. Even if his cultivation was at the bottom of many pets with intelligence, he was still Lu Ping's first pet with intelligence, and other pets with intelligence would not challenge Debao's position. But recently, Lu Ping's face would darken whenever he saw Debao, and he would kick him. There were a few times when Debao didn't manage to dodge, and was kicked away by Lu Ping. Fortunately, Debao's physique was thick, or else he would have broken his butt. This scared Debao so much that he had been hiding from Lu Ping for the past few days. He dug a new cave under Lu Ping's temporary cave dwelling and hid there. Didn't he just warn the bird that had just learned to speak human language some things to pay attention to? These things were by no means alarmist talk. Why couldn't the master understand? Also, the bird didn't understand anything. It answered whatever the master asked and said all the things that should be said and shouldn't be said, but it put all the responsibility on the big rat. As soon as Lu Ping entered the Golden Scale Mansion, he grabbed the fat flesh behind Debao's neck and threw him into the cave residence to look for treasures. When Debao finally found something and ran to report to Lu Ping, he heard Lu Ping say, "Spirit Stone Mine." It seems that Dagui got the right information. Debao was very helpless. It was obviously his credit for finding the Spirit Stone Mine. Why was the credit taken away by others all of a sudden? Lu Ping listened to Debao's simple explanation and combined it with the information that Dagui and Lu Qin had obtained in the Golden Scale Mansion. Lu Ping quietly followed a few demon soldiers who were mining and arrived at the back mountain of the Golden Scale Mansion. There was actually a small spirit stone mine here. After the spirit stones were dug out by the demon soldiers every 3 days, the accumulated spirit stones would be divided into 2 portions and sent to 2 rooms in the Golden Scale Immortals cave that had been set up as cultivation rooms. When Lu Ping heard about the small spirit stone mine, his heart was filled with excitement. In the past, he was the one who discovered the small spirit stone mine on Xianqi Island, which directly led to the escalation of the conflict between Jinling and Xianling sect. A core forging enlightened master had fought over it. Lu Ping's heart stirred. Could it be that the reason enlightened Master Jin Li had left Golden Flood Dragon Island and established his manor here was all for the sake of this small spirit stone mine? Lu Ping followed the demon soldiers who were delivering the spirit stones and arrived in front of a manor inside the Golden Scale Mansion. This was the center of enlightened Master Jin Li's Immortal's Cave. Outside the manor, there was a protective array formation. If anyone tried to force their way in, not only would the Yao cultivators inside be alerted, but enlightened Master Jin Li, who was several tens of thousands of li away, would immediately receive the news. De Bao, who was at Lu Ping's feet, once again let out a series of shouts. Lu Ping's face lit up with joy and he asked, "There's a spirit vein here?" De Bao promptly nodded. The two demon soldiers escorting the spirit stones spat out a jade talisman from their mouths. The surface of the jade talisman flashed with a misty light, and the great array covering the manor suddenly revealed a passageway for the two demon soldiers to enter. After the two demon soldiers entered, they separated and placed two storage pouches containing the spirit stones into two stone rooms adjacent to the manor. Presumably, the first and second demon generals were currently in closed-door cultivation. When the two demon soldiers came out, Lu Ping pulled out the two jade talismans from their mouths. Fortunately, there was seawater all around, so the jade talismans were immediately washed clean. Lu Ping didn't care about the corpses of the remaining demon soldiers. If his spiritual pets were gluttonous, they could just swallow them whole. When Lu Ping passed through the manor's protective array, he felt a dense spiritual energy that wasn't in Lu Ping's Immortal's Cave. Lu Ping was delighted. This manor was obviously much larger than Lu Ping's Immortal's Cave, and there were even two peak blood condensation demonic beasts in closed-door cultivation. Even so, the spiritual energy here was still so dense. It was obvious that this was because there was a small spirit vein here. Lu Ping turned around and looked at De Bao, who was lying on the ground. However, De Bao had already plunged into the ground. This fellow was becoming more and more heartless. Lu Ping smiled faintly. It wasn't easy to scheme against two peak blood condensation demonic beasts. These two demonic beasts had followed Taoist Jin Li out of the seven-star skies. Lu Ping had seen the two demonic beasts following behind Taoist Jin Li at all times. One was a giant whale demonic beast with a nose on the top of its head, while the other was a white shark demonic beast with a human body and a fish tail. Lu Ping turned around and asked Lu Qin, who was perched on his shoulder, "Are you sure that Taoist Jin Li bestowed those 6 spiritual pearls to his two subordinates?" Lu Qin's little head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. She replied, "That foolish 7th Yao general said it after little Qin got him drunk." At that time, Taoist Jin Li gave 3 of the 6 spiritual pearls to Taoist General Whale and Taoist General Shark. He wanted them to advance to the core forging realm as soon as possible and refine the pearls into transcendent artifacts. The other Taoist generals were all envious of them. Lu Ping thought to himself, "It looks like Taoist Jin Li can't wait to expand the strength of his subordinates. Could it be that the North Sea demonic beasts are planning something big? Or is his Golden Scale Manor trying to expand its sphere of influence?" Lu Ping knew that the internal conflict between the Yao race was even more intense than that between humans. In fact, it was much more direct and bloody. The only difference was that it lacked the scheming of human cultivators. Golden Scale Manor was filled with an atmosphere of preparation for war, causing Lu Ping to feel a little suspicious. He didn't know who they were targeting. Before reaching the core forging realm, it was very difficult for a Yao cultivator to refine a high-quality transcendent artifact. Most of them would refine a part of their own body into a life-transcendent artifact. The 6 spiritual pearls that Taoist Jin Li bestowed upon them were obviously the best spiritual materials to refine a life-transcendent artifact. Furthermore, the 2 Taoist generals were only a step away from the core forging realm. Thus, once the 2 Taoist generals advanced to the core forging realm, the 6 spiritual pearls could be directly upgraded into transcendent artifacts. It was no wonder that the other Taoist generals were tempted. After all, they were in someone else's territory. There was no guarantee that Taoist Jin Li wouldn't leave behind some sort of backup plan. Lu Ping decided to end the battle quickly. Before the other Taoist soldiers of Golden Scale Manor could react, he would kill the 2 Taoist generals and seize the 6 spiritual pearls. With a plan in mind, Lu Ping took out the blue stone jar that contained the myriad poison paste from his storage ring. It was about half the height of a person, and he used his magic power to extract a ball of the myriad poison paste. As soon as the myriad poison paste left the blue stone jar's suppression of the heaven and earth spirit water, it immediately evaporated into a golden mist. Lu Ping's water manipulation art was naturally no problem in controlling the mist. The golden mist split into two and floated towards the two stone chambers on either side of the manor. After a moment, two loud roars could be heard from the two closed stone chambers. "Who dares to plot against me? You must be tired of living." With two loud rumbling sounds, the two stone chambers were simultaneously destroyed by the Taoist generals inside. A giant man with a nostril on the top of his head and a man with a human body and a fishtail walked out from the collapsed stone chambers. The two had yet to clearly see who was standing in front of the manor from the dust and mud that rose up from the collapsed stone chambers when a half-foot-long medicinal pestle rose into the air. It suddenly grew to a length of 30 feet and a width of 5 feet, smashing towards the whale Taoist general with a nostril on the top of his head. Chapter 188. Magic Tool. The whale monster general cried out in alarm. His right arm that was thicker than an ordinary thigh drew back. His giant fist was surrounded by a layer of water, and the outside of the water formed a thick white ice. His entire arm seemed to be covered in a layer of soft armor. With a loud clang, the medicine pestle flew back into Lu Ping's hand. The whale monster general's massive body drew back. With every step he took, the ground rumbled and trembled. When the whale monster general finally managed to steady himself, his dark purple face suddenly flushed red. He spat out a mouthful of blood that dyed the surrounding seawater red. Lu Ping was startled. He never thought that this majestic monster beast would be able to block a magic tool strike without dying. There was no turning back now. Lu Ping's spirit pets all rushed towards the severely wounded whale monster general. Lu Ping's complexion was dignified as he looked at the shark monster general rushing towards him. He swallowed down a spirit-restoring pill and pointed out a finger. Landslide howled towards the shark monster general. The magic tool in the shark monster general's hand was a long-hilted saber. The triangular blade reminded Lu Ping of the fins on a shark's back. The shark monster general slashed out with the saber in his hand, forcefully blocking the strike of Landslide. Landslide flew backwards and the shark demon general was also knocked back by Landslide. How could Lu Ping's attack give the shark monster general a chance to catch his breath? The retreating shark monster general suddenly felt something strange in the surrounding seawater. A dark current flowed towards his feet. Looking up, he could see a crystal bowl hanging above Lu Ping's head. The surrounding seawater seemed to be controlled by Lu Ping through the crystal bowl. The shark monster general sneered inwardly. To think that he would show off his ability to control water in front of the monster general. The shark monster general flicked his tail, and the water that was controlled by the crystal bowl suddenly stopped listening to him. But Lu Ping didn't care. The reason he used the crystal bowl was to delay the shark monster general. As the shark monster general and Lu Ping were competing in water control techniques, the surrounding seawater was stirred up by the undercurrents. An inconspicuous stream of water seemed to be driven by the undercurrents, losing control as it flew towards the shark monster general. The shark monster general glanced over and didn't discover anything wrong. But at this time, this inadvertent undercurrent suddenly erupted. It cut across the shark monster general's waist, leaving behind a long trail of blood. The shark monster general cried out in pain as he was injured. He slashed out with his glaive, but there was no trace of flowing water. Then, he felt a sharp pain on his back as the scales on his skin had been cut open. The shark monstrous general swiftly chopped at the stream of water that his divine sense had captured, but he discovered that the stream of water had suddenly dispersed, disappearing without a trace. The shark monster general knew that all of this was the work of the human cultivator in front of him. With a roar he charged towards Lu Ping. He swung his glaive, not caring that the invisible stream of water had left 3 wounds on his body. Lu Ping sighed inwardly. This formless sword art was truly wondrous. With Lu Ping's sword arts at the sword intent realm, he was able to play with this shark monster in the palm of his hand. Normally, Lu Ping would only need to spend some time and he would naturally be able to easily kill this shark monster. But, the battle right now had definitely alarmed the monster soldiers in Golden Scale Mansion. It was just that this was clearly not a place that ordinary monster soldiers could come to. If too much time passed, the monster soldiers would discover that something was wrong. Sooner or later they would come in, and that would be troublesome. Lu Ping reached out and shook his hand. The undercurrent beside the shark monster suddenly exploded, and the Qinghan sword revealed its true form. With the move undercurrent surge, over 100 sword lights followed the surrounding undercurrents and sliced towards the shark monster. The shark monster, who had discovered the Qinghan sword, gave a loud roar, and its glaive drove the surrounding seawater towards the Qinghan sword. At the same time, it completely stirred up the surrounding seawater, causing the sword lights hidden in the undercurrents to lose their direction. If only he had reached the level of sword light psychic, then the shark monster wouldn't have been able to break this sword art so easily. Lu Ping sighed inwardly, thinking back to Taoist Jin Li's 600 or so sword lights in the 7-star skies that had formed that vivid giant fish. With the turn of the Qinghan sword, Lu Ping used a move from the 1000 snow sword art, Heaven's Line. A white sword light came from far away, and over 100 sword lights formed a straight line, chopping towards the shark monster's glaive. Although the shark monster's glaive was actually powerful, the Qinghan sword's 100 or so sword lights seemed to form a straight line, all of them chopping down on the same spot of the glaive. Even though the shark monster was strong, it still couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The glaive's hilt had nearly been cut in half. Just as the shark monster was forced back, a bewitching red bead was already floating in the air above the shark monster. Countless red threads hung down, firmly binding the shark monster. The shark monster fiercely struggled free, its entire body surging with monster energy, but to its surprise, the red threads only became tighter and tighter. The shark monster let out a furious roar, glaring at Lu Ping with its 2 blood-red eyes. Before the shark monster could even scream, it felt its body lighten, and then lost all consciousness. The shark monster roared angrily, its 2 blood-red eyes glaring at Lu Ping. The magic power within Lu Ping's body was already on the verge of drying up after activating the transcendent artifact twice in a row. His pale complexion looked as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Lu Ping hurriedly swallowed a vitality-replenishing pill into his stomach, lest his magic power deplete and damage his foundation. Lu Ping rapidly revolved the North Sea Wave listening art to restore his magic power. Luckily, this was where the Goldscale Mansion's spirit vein was located, and the spiritual energy here was abundant. After Lu Ping cultivated the North Sea Wave listening art, the speed at which he restored his magic power was slower than that of an ordinary person. But that was referring to the degree of recovery, not the amount of recovery. On the contrary, every time the North Sea Wave listening art revolved it, the amount of spiritual energy it restored was above that of the vast majority of law techniques. It was only because the North Sea Wave listening art cultivated magic power was far too vigorous, and in addition to the fact that Lu Ping paid particular attention to consolidating his foundation from the start, pursuing the purity and richness of his magic power, that caused Lu Ping's recovery speed to seem much slower than other cultivators of the same level. As Lu Ping used the graceful azure sword to attract the shark monster's attention, and then used the scarlet afterglow bead to imprison the shark monster, and finally used the jade blood needle to pierce through the shark monster's eyes into its brain. On the other side, the battle between Lu Qin and the other spirit pets and the whale monster general was nearing its end. The whale monster general had been heavily wounded by Lu Ping's magic weapon pestle. Although he was the #1 monster general of Goldscale Mansion, he was still severely wounded by the combined efforts of Lu Qin and the other spirit pets. But the whale monster general was still at the peak of the blood condensation realm. Even though he was severely wounded, he wasn't someone that Lu Qin and the other spirit pets could easily defeat. Big Gui's tortoiseshell already had several cracks on it. He lay there, not daring to move, fearing that if he moved, the tortoiseshell on his back would completely shatter. Lu Bai's scales had been peeled off, and they were all bloody. Lu Hai's tail had been flattened by the whale monster general's fist, and he was in so much pain that he spun around. Lu Ling had simply fainted. The beautiful Blue Luan's body was a complete mess. Feathers were scattered all over the ground, and many of them were floating towards the surface of the sea. The seabed wasn't a battlefield that Lu Qin excelled in, but her cultivation was the highest. She was the main force that blocked the whale monster general. Only De Bao was completely unscathed. Lu Ping knew that after De Bao finished investigating the spirit veins, he had also joined the battle. However, Debeo had only found an opening to place a trap under the whale monster general's feet, and then he would hide far away and release several earth spikes. Unfortunately, the power of his earth spikes was too weak, and the whale monster general would often crush them with a single stomp. Instead, Debeo's traps had given the whale monster general a great deal of trouble, and they provided a great deal of help to the other spirit pets in battle. After the battle ended, the clever Debeo took advantage of the time when Lu Ping was tidying up the corpses of the two giant monster beasts that had returned to their original forms. Like a wisp of smoke, he ran off to the ruins of the two stone chambers to collect the spoils of war. Unfortunately, neither of the two monster beasts had a condensed blood bead. The strength of these two monster beasts was tyrannical, and their strength was no less than that of the overturned Sea Gang's Seacoming Hall Master that Lu Ping had killed in the Seven-Star Skies. And this Hall Master was someone who had fought on equal footing with Ai Buitao. In other words, Lu Ping had killed two monster beasts that were on par with the 18 generals of the North Sea. After peeling off his skin and pulling out his tendons, Debeo ran over with two jade boxes on his head. Lu Ping's eyes brightened. He reached out and picked up the two boxes, impatiently opening them. Within each box were 3 radiant spirit beads. If these weren't 6 of the 12 spirit beads that had spouted out when Mizar Hall had opened, then what were they? Lu Ping suppressed the excitement in his heart. He placed the 6 spirit beads into the box that Lu Ping had used to store the spirit beads. The 12 spirit beads suddenly began to revolve on their own, as if they were attracting each other, forming the shape of a giant water droplet. Lu Ping was very curious. These 12 spirit beads had already lost their spiritual nature, so how could they still revolve on their own? Lu Ping looked at the water droplet formed by the spirit beads and suddenly understood. These 12 spirit beads were formed from the same type of spiritual water of heaven and earth that had lost its spiritual nature. In other words, these 12 spirit beads were one, and not like what Lu Ping had previously imagined. Mizar Laozu's disciple had searched everywhere for spiritual water of heaven and earth that had lost its spiritual nature to form these beads. After gathering all 12 of them, he had offered them to Laozu. Lu Ping was rather shocked in his heart, but at the same time, he was ecstatic from the bottom of his heart. If these 12 spirit beads were formed from the same type of spiritual water, then there would be 2 advantages. First, the spiritual water of heaven and earth that had been used to form the spirit beads would have been massive, otherwise, it would have been impossible to form so many of them. Second, the grade of the spiritual water of heaven and earth was definitely not low. Otherwise, the residual spiritual nature of the condensed spirit beads would not have been able to cause the spirit beads to fuse together. Lu Ping suddenly understood why Taoist Jinli had not kept these 6 spirit beads for himself. Besides the fact that Taoist Jinli already had his own natal magic weapon, Taoist Jinli had probably already noticed that although these 6 spirit beads were one, they were not complete. Although the might of the natal magic weapon would be great, it would not be able to reach its peak. Lu Ping had already achieved his goal of risking his life to infiltrate Golden Scale Manor. Lu Ping looked at the manor in front of him. Although Lu Ping had stepped into the manor's grand protective array, it was obvious that only Taoist Jinli could enter the manor. Once Lu Ping stepped inside, he would most likely trigger the restriction that Taoist Jinli had left behind, alerting Taoist Jinli, who was thousands of miles away. Lu Ping felt rather conflicted in his heart. Debeo had just infiltrated the earth vein and had not found the spiritual gathering bead. Moreover, because of the grand protective array, Debeo could not infiltrate the manor and could only search underground. If he retreated now, not to mention whether or not there would be any treasures left behind by Taoist Jinli in the manor, just the small spirit vein was enough to make Lu Ping salivate. If he could move it to his abode on Huangli Island. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.